Welcome, traveler. Before we begin, take a moment to get comfortable. Let your body settle and allow the world around you to grow quiet. Tonight, you are about to enter the Immortal Capital, where an ancient royal palace hides a secret far beneath its shining towers. You are a rune thief, joining a crew of thieves, illusionists, fighters, and escaped prisoners for an impossible heist. To steal a magical object from the most heavily guarded vault in the world. So relax, close your eyes, and let the rain carry you through the gates of the capital. Your heist begins now. Rain has a different sound in the Immortal Capital, beyond the eastern wall, where farms stretch toward the dark hills. Rain falls softly into soil and leaves. Inside the city of Vare, it strikes copper roofs, marble courtyards, glass bridges, bronze statues, and the 1,000 gilded gutters that carry water down from the palace heights. By midnight, the whole capital seems to whisper. You hear that whisper as you stand beneath a closed dye shop in the oldest district of the city. One hand pressed against a door that does not appear to exist. To anyone passing through the cellar, the wall before you is ordinary gray stone, damp mortar, shelves of empty dye jars, a little green moss in one corner. Beneath your palm, however, 7 enchantments breathe. You close your eyes. The first is a simple concealment rune, old enough that its edges have softened with time. The second recognizes members of the Dyer's Guild. The third listens for spoken passwords. The fourth measures body heat. The fifth is stranger, designed to notice whether someone entering has recently touched royal silver. The sixth would burn away the memory of anyone who opened the door incorrectly. And the seventh is watching you. Well, someone asks behind you. You keep your hand against the stone. Quiet. The woman behind you gives an exaggerated sigh. You let the world narrow until the dripping cellar disappears. Protective magic never feels exactly the same twice. Some enchantments hum like plucked wires. Others press against your awareness like deep water. This one carries the cold, precise rhythm of a palace-trained runesmith. You trace the sensation carefully. There, a signature. Someone named Orvin made the final ward. Orvin is not here, but the enchantment remembers him. Magic always remembers the person who gave it shape. You draw the little silver stylus from your sleeve. One shallow line across your thumb. A bead of blood appears. You press it against the hidden rune. The ward tastes you. For an instant, the magic recoils. Then you copy what it expects. Not Orvin himself. That is impossible. You cannot steal a soul, nor can you truly duplicate the living bond between a mage and a spell. You imitate the residue. The magical signature settles over your hand like a borrowed glove. The seventh ward relaxes. Stone whispers against stone. A doorway appears. Behind you, someone lets out a low whistle. Every time, the woman says, "You make that look easier than it is." You withdraw your hand. It lasts perhaps 30 breaths. Then perhaps we should spend fewer of them admiring you. That voice belongs to Garen Holt. You turn. 4 people are waiting in the cellar. Garen stands nearest the stairs, broad enough that the lantern behind him becomes a thin halo around his shoulders. Years ago, before the Royal Army marked him as a deserter, he guarded the northern palace gate. A pale scar crosses his scalp from temple to crown, disappearing beneath close-cut dark hair. Beside him waits Mara Vey, the woman who has already complained twice about the delay. Mara is dressed like a respectable widow in a charcoal traveling coat, though nothing about her expression suggests mourning. Several thin silver chains hang from one wrist, each threaded with tiny pieces of colored glass. Illusion anchors. She can make a beggar appear dressed as a prince, make an empty hallway look crowded, or convince 3 guards that a door is 6 paces farther down a wall than it truly is. The drawback is that her illusions cannot survive touch. Mara considers this a flaw in the universe rather than a limitation in her craft. At the back of the cellar stands Tessel. The escaped prisoner has not spoken since you arrived. Tessel is small, quick-eyed, and wrapped in a brown coat 3 sizes too large. Royal prison brands mark the inside of both wrists. Whenever anyone glances toward them, Tessel quietly pulls the sleeves lower. The final member of the group sits on an overturned barrel, eating a pear. Sen Quill is a thief. Unlike you, Sen does not concern himself with magical locks. He specializes in ordinary ones, which he regards as a more civilized form of dishonesty. Are we entering? Sen asks around a mouthful of pear. Or are we going to stand here until the royal patrol comes down? And asks why 5 criminals are whispering beneath a dye shop. Garen nods toward the open doorway. Inside, you cross first. The borrowed magical signature fades from your hand, just as the final member of the group enters behind you. The wall closes. A narrow passage descends steeply beneath the building. The air grows warmer. At the bottom, you step into what was once a public bathhouse. Long ago, before the Eastern District became crowded with workshops and cheap apartments, wealthy merchants came here to sit in mineral pools beneath painted ceilings. The water is gone now. The painted ceiling remains, though most of the blue tiles have fallen away. Someone has placed a large wooden table inside the empty central pool. Maps cover it. Mara walks down the old marble steps and drops into the pool. Welcome, she says, to the least sensible robbery ever attempted. Sen finishes his pear. You said that about the mint. The mint was sensible. The mint merely contained soldiers, alarm bells, locked doors, and a clerk with an unfortunate fondness for crossbows. He nearly killed you. He nearly inconvenienced me. Garen descends after her. This is different. That quiet statement settles the room. You approach the table. At its center lies a map of Veyr. Even on paper, the capital is enormous. 3 concentric walls divide the city. The outer districts are packed with workshops, markets, temples, barracks, theaters, tenements, and docks built along the River Sorrel. Inside the second wall lie the noble estates, universities, embassies, royal gardens, and the great plazas where statues of immortal kings stare down at people who will someday die. Then comes the crown ring. No ordinary citizen may enter without permission. At the very center, built upon a natural hill, and surrounded by sheer white walls, stands the palace of continuance. It has been expanded for more than 700 years. Every immortal king has added something: a tower, a garden, a court, a chapel, an underground hall. Some additions are public knowledge. Others have been deliberately erased from maps. Beneath the palace, according to Tessel, lies another city entirely. Myra places both palms on the table. Our target is somewhere under that. Her finger taps the center of the palace. Sen leans closer. Somewhere. Precision is such an ugly obsession. Precision is the difference between stealing a treasure and spending the rest of eternity being questioned by men with unpleasant tools. Tessel finally speaks. They don't need tools. The words are quiet. Everyone looks over. Tessel stares at the map. Not below the palace. Sen sets down the parkour. Tessel continues. The lower interrogators use memory rooms. They put you inside, and the room finds whatever you are afraid to lose. Silence gathers around the table. You know something about memory magic, enough to dislike the thought immediately. Tessel reaches across the map. One finger moves beneath the drawn palace. That's why we need you. The finger stops. Ordinary locks end here. Tessel indicates a line marked beneath the palace foundations. The oldest levels are sealed by royal runes. Your gaze remains on that point. How old? Some before the current dynasty. That gets your attention. The House of Oral has ruled Veyre for nearly 500 years. 5 immortal kings, each reigning until choosing to pass the crown to a son or daughter. Choosing according to official histories. The people of Veyre have been taught the story since childhood. Centuries ago, Saint Oral received a blessing from the heavens. His bloodline would endure so long as the royal family defended the city. The kings of Veyre do not age. They do not die from sickness. Assassins have stabbed them, poisoned them, burned them. Still they return. Immortality is proof, the priests say, that the dynasty is divinely favored. Thieves tend to be less impressed by official explanations. Myra removes a small cloth bundle from her pocket. Last winter, Sen stole this from the private archive of Lord Chancellor Wren. Sen raises one finger. Borrowed. Lord Wren had it chained inside a locked chest. He wasn't using it. Myra unwraps the cloth. A brass disc lands on the map. The metal has turned dark with age. At its center is a symbol you recognize immediately, a circle pierced by 8 lines. You lean closer. Garen notices. You've seen it. Once. The others wait. You pick up the disc. The metal is unexpectedly warm. Years ago, long before tonight, you woke in a drainage tunnel outside a magistrate's prison with blood in your mouth, and no memory of how you had crossed the final locked gate. A man had been beside you, Edrin Vale, smuggler, counterfeiter, scholar of forbidden runes, and the only reason you escaped alive. He had carried a ring bearing this same symbol. You never learned what it meant. 3 months later, Edrin disappeared. Rumor said the palace had taken him. Another rumor said he had been executed. You never believed the second. The palace displayed the bodies of traitors. Edrin's body was never shown. Mara studies your face, but does not ask. Instead, she turns the brass disc over. Tiny runes cover the reverse. You read them. Continuance requires remembrance. Tessel looks up sharply. That's written in the prison, where, below the 7th level, your fingers tighten slightly around the disc. You were that deep. Tessel nods. Briefly, Garen's voice becomes careful. What did you see? Tessel looks toward the empty bathhouse doorway, as though expecting someone to be listening. People who don't exist. Mara stops fidgeting with her bracelets. Tessel traces a route below the palace. Official prisoners are kept in the upper cells. Murderers, rebels, spies, people whose families know where they are. The finger moves deeper. The hidden levels are different. What kind of prisoners? Zen asks. Runesmiths, historians, foreign magicians, former palace servants, people who found things they weren't supposed to find. You ask the question before deciding whether you want the answer. Was there a man named Edrin Vale? Tessel's eyes meet yours. For a moment, nothing moves. Then Tessel says, yes. The bathhouse seems to become very still. Mara glances between you. You know him. He saved your life, Tessel says. It is not a question. You look back. How do you know that? He talked about you. The answer comes so simply that it strikes harder than anything dramatic could have. You set the brass disc down. When, about a year ago, Edrin vanished almost 4 years ago. Alive. At least a year ago, he was alive. Garen watches you carefully. Mara's usual amusement has disappeared. Zen quietly pushes the parkour aside. Tessel continues. He was held somewhere the guards called the quiet galleries. I never saw the entrance. Edrin said the doors. They recognize royal magic. Your eyes drop again to the palace map. Something shifts into place. This meeting was never merely about treasure. Perhaps Mara knew that. Perhaps Tessel did. You look toward Mara. You brought Tessel because of the prison. Partly, you brought me because of Edrin. Mara does not deny it. I brought you because there are perhaps 6 people in Vare capable of copying a royal rune signature without destroying themselves. 2 work for the king. 1 hasn't left a monastery in 30 years. 1 is currently dead. 1 hates me. And the 6th, few. Zen points across the table. For balance, you should know that Mara is also hated by several monasteries. 1 monastery. 3. 2.5. Garen clears his throat. Mara becomes serious again. We are not breaking into the palace tomorrow. She begins placing objects on the map. A red glass bead, a copper coin, a black button, a tiny carved horse. To reach the lower vault, we need 4 things. The bead lands in the noble district. First, a palace transit seal. The royal family uses them to move between restricted corridors during festivals and emergencies. The coin lands near the river. Second, the original plans for the Eastern foundations. Those plans were confiscated from the Masons' Guild 200 years ago. The button lands beside the inner wall. Third, someone who knows the old drainage tunnels. Tessel says, "I know who." Myra nods. And fourth, the carved horse is placed directly over the palace. We need 1 of the black keys. You have heard of those. Everyone in Veyre has. 7 keys, carried by the king's highest officials. They supposedly open any royal door. Most people assume that is an exaggeration. You do not. Which official, you ask? Mara smiles. Lord Chancellor Wren. Sen groans. You said we were never robbing him again. We aren't. Mara lifts the red glass bead. We're robbing his daughter. 2 nights later, you enter the Lantern Court wearing the face of someone who does not exist. Mara walks beside you. Her illusion settles over both of you in layers. Your clothes appear richer than they are. Silver embroidery shines along sleeves that are actually plain black cloth. An ornamental half-mask hides your features, though beneath the illusion you wear nothing but a narrow strip of charcoal across your eyes. Mara has transformed herself into an elderly noblewoman with elaborate white hair. You made me shorter, you murmur. Lord Caro's nephew is short. Lord Caro doesn't have a nephew. Exactly. No one can contradict us. Ahead, the Lantern Court glows beneath a clear night sky. Hundreds of enchanted lights float above the gardens like captive stars. Music drifts between marble pavilions. Servants carry trays of spiced wine, honeyed figs, candied orange peel, and tiny pastries filled with smoked river trout. Every fountain pours silver water. Every hedge has been trimmed into the shape of some royal victory. The Festival of Preservation commemorates King Oral III, surviving an assassination 211 years earlier. Portraits of the king show the same face he has today. You pass beneath one. Oral III smiles down from the canvas. Eternally perhaps 35, golden-haired and calm. A sword protrudes from his painted chest. The festival treats this as inspiring. You find it unsettling. At the gate, a palace officer holds out one white-gloved hand. Invitations. Mara produces 2 cards. The officer touches each with a silver rod. Blue light appears. Valid. Mara had explained earlier that the invitations were genuine. She had refused to explain how she obtained them. The officer waves you through. The moment you cross the threshold, your skin prickles. You nearly stop. Mara notices. What? Lords? Obviously. No. You scan the garden. Hundreds of guests move between lanterns. Musicians play beneath a painted pavilion. Servants weave through the crowd. Yet beneath all of it lies a magical pressure, far stronger than anything required to protect a celebration. You turn slightly toward the palace. There, the enchantments are coming from below. Not one spell, thousands, layer upon layer. You have never sensed anything like it. Every rune seems connected to another, stretching beneath the hill in a vast, buried geometry. For one strange instant, you have the impression that the entire palace is not a building. It is a lock. Mara touches your arm. Her illusion flickers where her fingers make contact. What did you feel? Something beneath us. Useful something. I don't know yet. Excellent. My favorite category. You continue into the crowd. The target is Lady Elira Wren, daughter of the Lord Chancellor, keeper of her father's household during his frequent absences. According to Sen, she carries the transit seal during major palace functions. According to Garen, she is protected by 2 royal guards. According to Mara, she is deeply bored. That, Mara insists, is the most useful fact. You find Lady Elira near the western fountain. She wears a dark green gown and appears to be listening politely to a young nobleman explain something about horses. Her expression confirms Mara's theory. 2 guards stand nearby. One watches the crowd. The other watches Elira. Mara lifts a glass of wine from a passing tray. Give me 3 minutes. What are you doing? Creating a diplomatic incident. She walks away. You do not follow. Instead, you move toward the fountain. Lady Elira's transit seal is not visible. You circle once. Nothing at her waist. Nothing around her neck. Nothing obvious in her sleeves. Then she reaches for a glass. The sleeve shifts. A silver bracelet circles her wrist. 7 small charms hang from it. One gives off a faint magical pulse. There, the seal is disguised as a charm. You need its signature. Stealing the physical object would alert the palace. Copying it may be enough. The problem is distance. You need contact. Across the garden, Mara begins laughing loudly. Several people turn. She is speaking with a foreign ambassador. You cannot hear what she says. The ambassador's face goes pale. A noblewoman gasps. Someone drops a glass. Both of Elira's guards glance toward the disturbance. You move. You step around the fountain, just as Lady Elira turns to see what happened. Your shoulder bumps hers Her bracelet touches your hand. For less than a heartbeat, silver meets skin. The world flashes. Royal magic is nothing like ordinary enchantment. It enters your awareness with enormous weight. Cold, ancient, precise, the transit seal's signature contains a pattern of 5 interlocking marks. You catch 4. The 5th twists away. Lady Elira steadies herself. "My apologies," you say. She looks at you. "You nearly put me in the fountain." Then my apology should probably be larger. To your surprise, she smiles. Possibly. One of the guards turns back. You have seconds. The magical pattern is already fading from your awareness. 4 marks. You need 5. Lady Elira raises her glass. "Caro, isn't it?" "Nephew." Lord Caro has a nephew. You can almost hear Mara laughing somewhere behind you. Several families deny it. Elira's smile widens. Then her eyes drift toward your wrist. The Copped magic is beginning to appear there. Thin silver lines beneath the skin. Too soon. You lower your hand. A shout comes from the far end of the garden. The diplomatic incident has apparently developed. Both guards turn. Mara's voice carries across the court. "I assure you, Ambassador, I had no idea your wife was standing behind me." You reach for Elira's glass, as though helping prevent another collision. Your fingers touch the bracelet again. The 5th mark snaps into place. The entire signature burns itself into your memory. At the same instant, something far beneath the palace answers. You freeze. The hidden enchantments below the hill recognize the stolen pattern. Only for a moment. Yet in that moment, you sense something impossible. A corridor, a door, then another door beneath it, and somewhere far below those doors, a rune you know. Simple, crooked, almost crude compared with the palace magic. A small spiral crossed by a single line. Edrin's mark. He used to carve it into safe houses, so you could tell whether he had passed through. Your heart beats once hard. Lady Elira says something. You do not hear it. The sensation disappears, but you know what you felt. Edrin is not merely somewhere beneath the palace. He has left a mark inside its wards, recently enough for the magic to remember. A bell rings. Once, then twice. Every guard in the garden looks toward the palace. Mara stops speaking. You glance at your wrist. The Copped signature is still glowing beneath your skin. A 3rd bell sounds. Garen had explained the palace alarms before you came. 1 bell means a guest has lost something. 2 means an unauthorized person has entered a restricted area. 3 means royal magic has detected an imitation. Mara looks across the entire lantern court and finds you. Her lips form one silent word. Run. You do. The nearest royal guard lunges. You overturn the fountain table behind you. Glass shatters. Guests shout. Mara snaps both hands apart. Every lantern in the court goes dark. For 1 perfect second, the garden disappears. Then hundreds of false versions of you sprint in every direction. Someone screams. A guard tackles an illusion and crashes into a hedge. You jump the low fountain wall. Water soaks your boots. Mara appears beside you, her elderly disguise gone. Did you get it? Yes. Then this is going wonderfully. An arrow strikes the marble beside her. Your standards concern me. You race through the western arch. Zen waits in the service passage beyond, dressed as a kitchen servant. He opens a narrow door. Inside, you enter. Myra follows. Zen closes the door just as guards thunder past. The passage beyond is barely wide enough for one person. You descend stone stairs in darkness. At the bottom, Garen is waiting beside Tessel. Alarmed, Garen asks. Mara points toward you. Our specialist offended the palace. You hold up your glowing wrist. I have the transit seal. Tessel stares at it, then at you. You copied royal magic. Temporarily. How long? You watch the silver lines, already beginning to fade. Perhaps 10 minutes. Garen turns. Then we move. You follow the others into the forgotten tunnel beneath the lantern court. Behind you, bells continue ringing above the city. Ahead, the passage slopes deeper. Tessel carries the only lamp. Its amber glow slides across old bricks, mineral stains, and forgotten mason marks. After several minutes, the noise of pursuit disappears. The air becomes cool, quiet. Mara walks beside you. You found something else. It is not a question. You look at her. How do you know? You looked as though the floor had spoken to you. You continue walking. Tessel is several paces ahead. Garen follows close behind. Zen checks every branching corridor for pursuit. You lower your voice. Edrin is alive. Mara's expression changes. You saw him. No. You glance toward the fading silver marks on your wrist. The palace wards remember him. Tessel stops walking. The others halt. Tessel turns slowly. What mark? You describe the spiral. Tessel's face loses color. You've seen it too, you say. Tessel nods. Where? The escaped prisoner raises the lamp. A little farther down the tunnel stands an old iron door. You had taken it for part of the abandoned drainage system. Tessel walks toward it. Rust covers most of the metal. Near the bottom, almost hidden beneath mineral deposits, someone has scratched a small symbol, a spiral crossed by one line. You crouch beside it. The mark is unmistakable. Edrin. Tessel speaks softly. This tunnel doesn't lead away from the palace. You look toward the darkness beyond the iron door. Where does it lead? Tessel lifts the lamp higher. Under it, the final silver line on your wrist fades away. For a moment, nothing remains except the warm lantern light, the distant dripping of water, and Edrin's mark carved into the rust. Then, from somewhere on the other side of the iron door, something knocks. 3 times. A pause. 2 times. Another pause. 3. You know that pattern. You have not heard it in 4 years. Edrin used it whenever speaking aloud was too dangerous. 3, 2, 3. It means only one thing. Someone is listening. 3, 2, 3. The knocking stops. No one speaks. Tessel holds the lamp toward the iron door, and the little flame trembles in the draft. Rust has eaten deep into the hinges. Mineral deposits cover the surrounding brick. Nothing about the door suggests that anyone has opened it in decades. Yet someone has just used Edrin's signal from the other side. Sen slowly reaches beneath his coat and draws a narrow knife. Mara looks at you. You're certain. You nod. The pattern was never complicated. Edrin believed the best secret signals were the ones too simple to be mistaken for anything important. 3, 2, 3. Someone is listening. You rise and approach the door. Garen catches your shoulder. Careful. You touch the iron. No magical ward. Only cold metal. You crouch and inspect the lock. Sen joins you. Old lever mechanism, he murmurs. Simple. Too simple. That is usually when you become irritating. You run your fingers around the keyhole. Rust clings to the outer plate, but the inner mechanism feels clean. Someone has maintained it. Sen notices the same thing. He looks at you. Recently used. Tessel backs away a pace. No. Mara turns toward Tessel. What? This wasn't here. You escaped through this tunnel. I escaped through part of it. Tessel points toward the passage behind you. The drainage route joined the old cisterns farther east. I never came this far. Another sound comes through the door. Not knocking, scratching, a faint drag of metal against stone. Then silence. Garen draws his sword. Open it. Sen kneels. You touch his wrist before the picks enter the lock. Wait. There is still no ward on the door itself, but something beyond it feels wrong. You close your eyes. The sensation is faint, almost hidden beneath the palace enchantments, pressing through the earth above. A line of magic runs behind the door, then another, not attached to the lock, attached to the corridor. You trace the shape in your mind. Trap. Sen withdraws the pick. What kind? You move your hand along the wall until your fingertips find a tiny carved rune hidden behind a crust of salt. Recognition ward. Mara crouches beside you. Will it sound an alarm? No. You concentrate. This magic is older than the wards in the Lantern Court. Much older. The rune does not search for a person. It searches for a memory. You open your eyes. It asks whoever enters to remember something. Sen looks unimpressed. I remember several things. If you remember the wrong one, I don't know what happens. Sen becomes more impressed. Tessel whispers, memory rooms. You look toward the iron door. Possibly an early version. Garen lowers the point of his sword. What does it want remembered? You study the rune. protective enchantments usually carry a purpose somewhere inside their design. A lock must define what belongs and what does not. Even sophisticated magic cannot simply decide. You touch the outer curve. Images flicker at the edge of your mind. Sunlight on white stone. A bell. Crowds kneeling. A crown lifted above someone's head. You pull your fingers away. The coronation. Which king? Mara asks. You touch it again. The memory sharpens. You glimpse banners. Gold and crimson. Flowers falling from balconies. Oral I, standing beneath the palace arch. He looks exactly as he looks today, but the crowd is dressed in styles you have only seen in paintings. This ward is more than 2 centuries old. Garen's brow furrows. It wants a memory of Oral's coronation. Yes. Zen gestures toward the group. Small difficulty. None of us are 200 years old. The scratching beyond the door begins again. Closer now. Mara glances at it. Can you copy the ward? Copying doesn't help. It isn't asking for a signature. Can you fool it? You consider the question. Memory enchantments are dangerous because they work with things the mind accepts as true. An illusion can deceive the eyes, but a false memory is different. Still, you look toward Mara's glass chains. Perhaps she follows your gaze. No, you don't even know what I'm asking. You have the face of someone about to suggest something irresponsible involving my magic. Sen murmurs. That barely narrows it. You point toward the rune. It does not need the memory to be mine. It needs me to experience something the spell recognizes as the coronation. Myra looks from you to the wall. You want me to build an illusion of an event neither of us witnessed. You only need the pieces the ward expects, which are. You touch the rune again. Bell, flowers, crown, oral, crowd, a phrase beneath the images. You listen harder. One sentence, spoken by thousands of voices. May the unbroken line continue. You withdraw your hand. You tell Mara what you sensed. She studies the door for several seconds. That is a terrible plan. Garen asks, can it work? Those are separate questions. Mara removes 3 colored glass anchors from her bracelets. You will need to keep contact with the rune while I work. You kneel beside the wall. And if it fails, Zen asks, you answer without looking back. We find out what the trap does. Wonderful. Mara places 1 anchor on the floor, a second against the brick. The third rests in your palm. Close your eyes. You do. Her fingers touch the back of your hand. The tunnel disappears. For an instant, there is only darkness. Then bells begin to ring. Sunlight warms your face. You stand in a vast plaza. Thousands of people surround you. The illusion lacks perfect detail. Faces blur when you try to study them. Buildings at the edges of the square become little more than pale shapes, but the center is clear. Oral I stands beneath an arch of white stone. The king appears appears younger, only because his clothing belongs to another age. Gold leaves drift from balconies. The crowd kneels. You remain standing. The ward tightens around your mind. Something is missing. Mara senses it too. Her voice reaches you from somewhere outside the illusion. What? You look toward the crown. A priest lifts it. The bell rings. The flowers fall. Still the rune resists. Then you notice the king's hands. Oral is not looking at the crown. He is looking beneath the platform. Fear passes across his face. Only for an instant. That cannot be part of Mara's illusion. She never knew to include it, which means the image comes from the ward itself. You focus. Beneath the cheering crowd, another sound becomes audible. A voice. No, many voices. Muffled, far below the plaza. The ward pushes against you. You remember the phrase. May the unbroken line continue. The crowd repeats it. Thousands of voices. May the unbroken line continue. The rune loosens. Your eyes open. The illusion collapses. A quiet click comes from inside the wall. Sen turns the lock. The door opens. Nothing attacks you. Beyond lies a descending passage. Mara exhales. I dislike your profession. You create false people for a living. They rarely reach into my skull. You pick up her glass anchor and return it. The ward contained something you didn't make. Her expression sharpens. What? You describe the voices beneath the coronation. Tessel looks toward the descending passage. You hear them sometimes. Garen turns. In the prison, only deep down, Tessel's voice becomes quieter. Guards said it was water moving through the foundations. Nobody appears convinced. You enter the passage. The walls change after 20 paces. Brick gives way to enormous blocks of dark stone, fitted without mortar. The floor slopes beneath the palace hill. Edrin's spiral appears again. Then again, every 30 or 40 steps. You touch one. Fresh scratches lie beneath old mineral stains. Not recent enough to have been made tonight, but certainly not centuries old. Edrin came this way. The passage ends at a vertical shaft. A narrow iron ladder disappears downward. Upward, the shaft vanishes into darkness. A copper pipe runs beside it. You understand immediately. The knocking. You strike the pipe. 3, 2, 3. The sound travels away in both directions. You wait. Nothing. Then faintly, from far beneath you. 3, 2, 3. Tessel stares down the shaft. How far? You press your ear against the pipe. Far? Could he be answering? You want the answer to be yes. You do not give it. Someone is. Garen examines the ladder. We cannot descend tonight. You look at him. We're already inside the palace foundations. Without food, maps, escape routes, or knowledge of what waits below. Someone may be down there, and if you get caught before reaching them, his tone stays level. You help no one. The argument is difficult because you know he is right. Mara leans over the shaft. The palace alarm will have every restricted level searching for intruders. If this passage connects to anything still in use, tonight is the worst possible night to explore it. Tessel says there are gates below. You look over. What gates? I remember the guards talking about them. Old access shafts. They sealed most during the prison expansion. With what? Black iron, royal runes. Exactly the kind of doors you were brought to open. You look down again. The darkness seems almost physical. 3, 2, 3. A final answer reaches the pipe. Then nothing. You take a small piece of chalk from your lock kit. On the stone beside the ladder, you draw the spiral. Below it, you add one mark Edrin taught you long ago. Wait. If Edrin comes this far again, he will understand. You climb back toward the city. By dawn, Veyr is awake. Rumors have outrun the rain. At a bakery near the Eastern Market, you hear that foreign assassins attacked the Lantern Court. 3 streets later, a fishmonger insists the king personally fought 12 masked rebels. At the old bathhouse, Sen reports that someone in the southern district is selling painted wooden copies of the mysterious thief's bracelet for 2 copper pieces. Mara seems delighted. Your group sleeps through most of the morning. By late afternoon, Garen wakes everyone and returns to the map. The palace transit signature has already faded from your skin, but you copied its 5 marks onto thin parchment before sleeping. That is enough. You cannot reproduce the magic indefinitely. Borrowed signatures degrade with every imitation. But if you can touch another royal ward while holding the pattern in mind, you may be able to persuade it that you belong. Once, perhaps twice, Myra taps the copper coin on the map. Next problem, the Eastern Foundation plans. According to Sen, the original drawings are stored beneath the Hall of Measures, an archive built partly over the River Sorrel. The archive is technically public. The sublevels are not. Garen says, we go after closing. Sen shakes his head. Impossible. You dislike that word. I use it when appropriate. The hall lowers iron shutters at sunset. 4 guards inside, 2 outside. River gate locked. Archive doors warded. You ask, what about during the day? Full of clerks. Mara smiles. Clerks are easier than iron shutters. The following morning, you become a surveyor. Not a convincing surveyor, in your own opinion. Mara disagrees. Surveyors are easy. Look tired and carry too much paper. She gives you a leather document tube. Sen dresses as your assistant. Garen and Tessel wait elsewhere in the district. Mara enters separately. The Hall of Measures occupies a long stone building beside the river. Inside, everything smells of paper, ink, wax, and dust. Hundreds of shelves rise beneath vaulted ceilings. Maps hang from brass rails. Clerks move quietly between tables, carrying ledgers thick enough to stop arrows. sign near the entrance reads, Public Works Records, East Wing. Property boundaries, West Wing. Royal Foundations, authorized personnel only. Sen reads the final line. Convenient. You approach the registration desk. A clerk with a magnificent gray mustache looks up. Purpose, drainage survey. District, South Lantern. Authorization. You hand over a forged document. The clerk reads it, then reads it again. His eyes rise toward you. Survey office seal is outdated. Sen immediately sighs. You glance at him. He leans over the desk with the exhausted familiarity of a servant who has experienced this problem many times. We told them. The clerk looks at Sen. Sen continues. We told them before leaving. I said, Master, that's the spring seal. You give him a look. Sen lowers his eyes. Apologies. The clerk looks between you. You need the summer seal. You allow a weary breath. Of course we do. The clerk's expression softens slightly. Bureaucrats, you discover, recognize suffering caused by other bureaucrats. He pushes the document back. Return with the correct authorization. Sen gathers the papers. You turn, then you stop. Something brushes against your magical senses. Behind the desk, a ward. Not on the restricted doors, farther inside. Here, you glance toward a row of brass pigeonholes. Official seals sit in them. Summer authorizations. You understand Mara's plan. She never expected the forgery to work. You needed to know which seal the archive currently recognizes. You step away from the desk. Mara passes you dressed as a messenger, carrying a stack of rolled maps. She does not look at you. A moment later, the maps spill everywhere. Parchment rolls across the floor. 3 clerks rush to help. The mustached registrar stands. Sen moves with them. You remain nearest the desk. Your hand slips behind the wooden partition. One touch. The brass summer seal feels warm beneath your fingers. You catch its signature, simple compared with palace magic. You let the pattern settle across your palm. Then you withdraw. Found one, Sen announces, holding up a map. Mara thanks him profusely. You return to the registration desk. The mustached clerk sits. You hand him the same document. He frowns. You were just here. Yes, you still have the wrong seal. You place your thumb over the faded imprint. Borrowed magic flows through the ink. The old spring symbol shifts. For several seconds, it becomes summer. The clerk blinks. He looks closer, then gives you a suspicious stare. I could have sworn, Sen says, long morning. The clerk stamps the document. South Lantern drainage, 2 hours. You enter. The public archive is easy. The restricted levels are not. You and Sen move between shelves until you reach the east stair. A bronze gate blocks the descent. 2 enchanted stone birds sit above it. Their eyes open when you approach. Authorization, one says. You hold out the paper. The bird looks. Purpose, drainage survey. The second bird asks, required level. You have no idea. Sen says, foundation drainage, pre-expansion. The birds look at each other. Level 3. The gate opens. You descend. At level 1, the air becomes cooler. At level 2, you begin hearing the river through the walls. At level 3, the stone is damp. Rows of flat drawers stretch beneath a low ceiling. No clerks, no guards, only maps. Sen smiles. This is suspiciously easy. You immediately sense the ward. Don't move. His lifted foot stops above the floor. Thin runes cover the tiles. Invisible until you concentrate. Unlike the archive entrance, these do not check authorization. They record movement. Every person who walks across the room leaves a magical trace. At the end of each day, someone can review exactly which drawers were approached. Sen slowly lowers his foot back onto the stair. Can you erase us? No. Can you make us appear somewhere else? Possibly. You crouch. The ward registers pressure, location, and identity through the authorization seal. You still carry its borrowed signature. You look down the long room. Which drawer? Sen consults a scrap of notes. Eastern Palace foundations. Construction reign of Oral Eye through Oral II. A brass plate halfway across the chamber reads Royal, WRKS. You smile. Sen does not. I dislike that expression. You remain here. You step onto the floor. The ward wakes. You feel it record you. One surveyor. First tile. You transfer the borrowed authorization signature into the rune beneath your foot. Then you step forward. Second tile. Instead of allowing the ward to follow you, you leave the copied magical signature behind. The room believes you remain standing near the stairs. You continue. Each step requires concentration. You are stretching one false identity across the entire path. By the time you reach the royal drawers, sweat has formed beneath your collar. Sen whispers from across the room. Still alive. Helpful. You find the correct drawer. Locked. Naturally. This mechanism is magical. You place your hand against the brass handle. 3 wards. Archive seal. Royal permission. And something else. A personal signature. The last person authorized to open it. You trace the residue. A name does not appear, but the magical impression is surprisingly fresh. Someone opened these plans within the last month. You copy the archive seal easily. Royal permission is harder. You bring the 5 marks from Lady Elira's transit bracelet to mind. The lock hesitates, then accepts them. 2 of 3. The personal signature remains. You cannot invent it. You examine the drawer. Perhaps Sen could force it, but any physical damage would trigger alarms. You need another way. Then you notice a tiny imperfection in the runes. The personal signature was added later. The original lock had only 2 requirements. You do not need to satisfy the third ward. You need to persuade the lock that it does not exist. You take out your silver stylus, a tiny scratch across your thumb. Blood beads. You draw one line across the newer rune, then another. You are not breaking the spell. You are temporarily separating it from the older design. The personal ward goes silent. The drawer clicks. You open it. Inside are dozens of rolled plans. You find the Eastern foundations, then another set beneath them. Older, no label. You unroll the first drawing. Palace walls, support columns, drainage passages, cisterns. Useful. You unroll the hidden drawing. Your breath slows. It does not show foundations. It shows something beneath them. A circular structure. 8 corridors radiate from a central chamber. At the center is the same symbol as the brass disc, a circle pierced by 8 lines. Around it, written in old architectural notation, are words you translate slowly. Vessel chamber, continuance conduits, memorial capacity, and beneath them, required lives, 8,000. You stare, not citizens, not workers, lives. A faint sound comes from behind you. Applause, slow, polite. You turn. A woman stands at the bottom of the archive stairs. Dark green clothing, silver bracelet, no guards. Lady Elira Wren, the same woman you collided with at the Lantern Court. She looks from you to the open drawer, then to the plans in your hands. You really are terrible at pretending to be a surveyor. Across the chamber, Sen reaches for his knife. Elira raises one finger. I wouldn't. He stops, not because of her warning, because both stone birds from the entrance are now perched behind him. Their beaks glow blue. You keep one hand on the ancient plan. Elira steps onto the warded floor. The runes do not react. You triggered the palace 3-bell alarm, she says. You say nothing, and somehow escaped through a corridor that palace security insists has been sealed for 186 years. She approaches. You then appeared here 2 days later, using an authorization seal that was never issued. Closer, which suggests either extraordinary incompetence. She stops across the drawer from you, or an interesting plan. Your gaze drops briefly to her bracelet. She notices. Do that again, and the seal burns your hand. You believe her. She looks down at the hidden drawing. For the first time, her composure changes. Only slightly. Where did you find that? You didn't know it was here. I knew something was here. Someone opened the drawer recently. Her eyes return to you. Yes. You. No. That answer matters. Who? My father, Lord Chancellor Wren, the man whose black key your group intends to steal. Elira turns the old plan slightly so she can read the text. Her eyes stop on the number. 8,000. The color drains from her face. She whispers, so it is true. Zen calls softly from the stairs. What is true? Elira looks toward him, then back to you. My father has spent 14 years trying to discover why the royal family cannot die. You study her. The official answer is divine blessing. My father stopped believing in divine blessing after watching King Oral survive being crushed beneath a collapsing tower. That is a detail no public history contains. Elira points toward the ancient plan. 3 weeks ago, he found records describing something called the vessel. You think of the brass disc, the buried voices, the coronation ward. What is it? I don't know. Her gaze fixes on the words required lives. But I think you do. Not yet. Then perhaps we share a problem. Sen gives a quiet, humorless laugh. Your family owns half the courts in Veyre. Our problems are rarely shared. Elira ignores him. She reaches beneath her sleeve. Your body tightens. Instead of a weapon, she removes a small black object. A key. Long, narrow, made from metal that seems to swallow the archive's dim light. One of the black keys. She places it on the open plan. You stare at it. Elira says, "You were planning to steal this." Nobody answers. Her mouth almost curves into a smile. You could try. She leaves the key where it is. Or you could earn it. You look at her. How? My father disappeared yesterday. The archive suddenly feels quieter. The palace says he traveled north on royal business. Elira continues. His carriage left through the north gate. His servants were dismissed. His office has been sealed. But his transit seal never left the palace. You remember the wards beneath the lantern court, the buried corridors, the quiet galleries. Elira looks toward the old plan. Before he vanished, he sent me one message. She reaches into a pocket and unfolds a narrow strip of paper. 3 words are written on it. Find the 8th door. You look again at the circular chamber. 8 corridors, 8 lines, 8 doors. Elira lowers her voice. If you are going beneath the palace. She pauses. I want to know what my father found. Sen says, and if we say no. Elira retrieves the black key. Then the birds scream. The stone birds open their beaks. Blue light brightens in their throats. You look at Elira. You could have called the guards already. Yes, you didn't. No. Why? For the first time, something genuine breaks through her polished, noble composure. Fear, small, controlled, but unmistakable, because my father is terrified of nothing. She looks at the words on the plan, and the night before he disappeared, he came to my room and asked me whether I remembered my mother. You wait. Elira's gaze remains on the parchment. She died when I was 6. A pause. My father told me to hold onto every memory I had of her, because someone in the palace might try to take them away. Memory rooms. You exchange a glance with Sen. Elira folds the note. Whatever is beneath the palace. It frightened the man who has advised an immortal king for 30 years. She slips the black key back beneath her sleeve. So, her attention returns to you. Are we going to continue pretending you are here to inspect drains? You carefully roll the ancient plan. No. Good. You take the ordinary foundation drawings as well. Elira watches. Those cannot leave the archive. They're coming with us. Stealing them will trigger an inventory ward. Sen smiles faintly. Finally, something I'm qualified for. He produces a thin roll of blank archival parchment from inside his coat. Elira stares at him. You brought replacement paper. You would be amazed how often records are stolen by people who remember to defeat magical security and forget that librarians count. For the next several minutes, you work together. Sen replaces the physical weight inside the drawer. You restore the personal signature ward. Elira stands where the movement enchantment expects an authorized person to stand, masking the impossible trail you created across the chamber. When the drawer closes, every ward returns to its resting state. Almost every ward. As you turn away, your magical senses catch something. A whisper of heat beneath the old map. You stop. What? Elira asks. You unroll the hidden plan one final time. The circle at its center is glowing. Very faintly, one of the 8 lines has changed. A symbol appears beside it. A crooked spiral crossed by a single stroke. Edrin's mark. It was not there before. Sen comes closer. Did you draw that? No. Elira studies the mark. What does it mean? You remember the tunnel. The copper pipe. 3 knocks. 2, 3, and the chalk message you left beside the ladder. Wait. You look toward the palace hill, beyond the archive walls. The mark on the plan darkens until it becomes ordinary ink. But the message is clear. Someone beneath the palace knows you are coming. The mark fades back into ordinary ink. For several seconds, nobody moves. Lady Elira touches the edge of the old plan without disturbing the parchment. You said someone beneath the palace knows you're coming. Someone knows this mark. Who? You roll the drawing carefully. A man named Edrin Vale. Sen glances toward the archive stairs. We should have this conversation somewhere that doesn't have enchanted birds. One of the stone birds turns its head. Agreed, it says. Sen stares at it. I deeply dislike this building. Elira looks almost amused. You should. The architects were intolerable. She leads you out through a staff corridor, rather than the public hall. No one stops her. That, more than the black key hidden beneath her sleeve, reminds you what she is. In the lantern court, she was merely another noble guest surrounded by music and fountains. Here, clerks step aside before she approaches. Guards lower their eyes. Locked gates open before she reaches them. A chancellor's daughter does not need to steal her way through Vare. Not usually. When you emerge into daylight, the river is dazzling beneath the afternoon sun. Barges drift between stone embankments, carrying timber, grain, and enormous blocks of pale quarry marble, destined for another palace expansion. Elira stops beneath the shade of an arcade. "Where are we going?" Sen answers immediately. "Nowhere with you." She looks at him. Sen smiles politely. "You are the daughter of the most powerful minister in the city, and your father has vanished. The palace will be watching your movements. They already are. That is not reassuring." She folds her arms. "Then what do you suggest?" You look toward the road. A royal carriage waits at the end of the arcade. 2 guards stand beside it. "Return home." Elira's expression cools. "I did not offer you the black key so I could sit at home. You haven't offered it yet." "No, you offered the possibility of it." Her eyes narrow slightly. "An important distinction. You can help us more by behaving normally." Sen nods approvingly. "Excellent. You sound like a criminal already." You continue before he can make matters worse. "If the palace believes you discovered anything in the archive, they may seal whatever route your father found." Elira looks toward the carriage. That argument reaches her. What happens next? We study the plans, and then we find the 8th door. She looks back. "I am coming when you do." Sen opens his mouth. "You speak first. We'll decide when we know what the 8th door is." Elira seems prepared to argue, then apparently decides that leaving now is more useful. She reaches beneath her sleeve. For one hopeful instant, you think she means to give you the black key. Instead, she produces a small silver token. She tosses it. You catch it. One side bears the Chancellor's crest. The other is blank. "If you need me, touch that to any official message box in the crown ring." Sen examines it over your shoulder. "Tracked." "Of course." He hands it back immediately. Elira smiles. "That is why you should only use it if you need me." She steps toward the carriage, then pauses. "Edrin Vale." "You wait. I've heard the name." "Where?" "My father's office." "That lands harder than you expect." "When?" "I don't remember." She thinks. "Months ago, possibly longer. He was arguing with someone behind a closed door. I heard your friend's name." "Who was your father speaking to?" "I couldn't hear." "Man or woman?" "Man." "Anything else?" Elira is already searching the memory. He said Vale found the flaw. You remain still. "What flaw?" "If I knew, I would have told you." Then she adds, "The other man said something about the king." "What?" Her gaze becomes distant. "The king cannot know until the vessel is stable." The word from the archive plan. Vessel. Elira's guards begin walking toward her. She lowers her voice. "Find my father." Then she turns and becomes Lady Elira Wren again. By the time she reaches the carriage, the fear is gone from her expression. You and Sen disappear into the river market. You take separate routes back to the old bathhouse. The precautions seem excessive until you notice the first palace patrol, then a second. By the time you reach the Dye district, royal soldiers are checking alleys and questioning carriage drivers. Something has changed since morning. At the bathhouse, Garen is standing over the map when you arrive. Tessel is asleep on a pile of old cushions near the dry mineral pool. Mara is eating bread and soft white cheese. She points toward you with a knife. You were gone a long time. Sen drops 3 stolen apples onto the table. We made a friend. Mara chews. That sounds terrible. You place the palace drawings on the table. Tessel wakes at the sound of parchment. Within minutes, everyone is gathered around the old plan. Mara reads the words twice. Required lives. Her usual lightness is absent. Garen's hands rest on the edge of the table. 8,000. Tessel stares at the central chamber. How old? The plan predates the current dynasty. Garen looks up sharply. Then the Oral family didn't build it. Not originally. You point toward several notes around the outer circle. These sections were altered later. Mara leans closer. How much later? You follow the differences in notation. At least 3 construction periods. The earliest markings are angular and spare. A second architect added several channels leading upward toward what eventually became the palace. A third added containment rings around the center. Sen taps one of the 8 corridors, and Edrin's mark appeared here. Yes. Tessel moves closer. That direction is east. Everyone looks at Tessel. Tessel places one finger on the plan. If north is where I think it is, this corridor runs toward the quiet galleries. Your attention fixes on the line. Edrin's prison. Maybe, Mara asks, and the 8th door. Elira's note from her father sits beside the map. Find the 8th door. There are 8 corridors. 7 are marked with symbols. Crown, sword, eye, bell, flame, tree, open hand. The 8th has no symbol at all. Only Edrin's spiral, which appeared after you opened the plan. Garen studies it. Maybe the 8th door isn't a location. Sen raises an eyebrow. It is drawn like a door. So are tomb entrances. Mara tears another piece of bread. That is encouraging. You examine the surrounding notes. Certain words repeat. Memory, continuation, capacity, transfer, no explanation, no instructions. The plan assumes its reader already understands the purpose of the structure. You have seen documents like that before. Dangerous knowledge is rarely written in one place. You obtain part of it. You steal the rest. Tessel suddenly points to a mark near the eastern corridor. That, you bend closer. A small mason symbol appears beside a maintenance shaft. 3 waves beneath a square. Tessel says, I know that mark. From the prison. No. Tessel looks around the table. From Osyket. Myra groans. Garen says nothing, which somehow suggests that he agrees. You ask, who is Osyket? Sen steals another piece of Mara's bread. The most unpleasant person ever employed by the Royal Sewer Authority. Mara slaps his hand. She was not employed by the sewer authority. Eventually she was. Tessel says she built prison passages. That changes the room. Garen looks toward Tessel. You said you knew someone who understood the old tunnels. Tessel nods. Asa, and you didn't mention that she helped build the prison. Nobody asked. Mara points the bread knife toward Tessel. You are becoming disturbingly similar to Sen. Sen looks pleased. Tessel does not. You ask, where is she? Garen answers. The sunk. That is unfortunate. Every city has districts people prefer not to enter. Vare has built one beneath itself. Centuries of construction raised the capital higher and higher above the river. Streets became foundations for new streets. Houses were abandoned, roofed over, and forgotten. Old canals vanished beneath plazas. When flood walls changed the course of the Sorrel, entire neighborhoods were left below the waterline. Collectively, those buried streets are called the Sunk. Smugglers use them. Fugitives hide there. So do things that prefer darkness. Myra folds the map. We go tonight. Garen looks toward the shuttered cellar windows. Palace patrols are heavier. Exactly. They are looking above ground. Night comes warm and cloudless. You leave Vare's crowded eastern district through a ruined chapel dedicated to a saint nobody worships anymore. Behind the altar, Tessel removes 2 stones. A staircase descends beneath them. The smell reaches you first. Wet stone, mud, old timber, river water. Sen lights a hooded lamp. You know the way, Garen asks. Tessel nods. Mostly, Mara mutters, a beautiful word. The staircase ends in a buried street. You emerge beneath the remains of what was once an open sky. Buildings stand on both sides, their upper stories crushed beneath later construction. Brick arches have been reinforced with scavenged timber. Water runs along the gutters, though no rain can reach this deep. Small blue mushrooms grow between cobbles. Their glow is barely enough to see by. Far overhead, wagons roll along streets built upon the roofs. The sound comes through stone like distant thunder. You follow Tessel. The sunk is not empty. Curtains move inside dark windows. A cooking fire burns beneath an old balcony. You pass a man repairing boots by the light of a green lantern. He looks once at your group, then returns to his work. Farther on, 3 children float candles along an underground stream. One candle passes through a crack in the wall and disappears beneath another buried building. No one speaks loudly here. The city above has laws. The city below has habits. Tessel turns into an alley where the water reaches your ankles. A faded painted sign hangs over a doorway. The Silver Lark, once a tavern, now the front half, is filled with river silt. You climb through a broken window. Inside, the floor slopes into black water. Sen looks at Tessel. Please tell me she doesn't live underwater. Not exactly. Tessel walks toward the old bar. Behind it is a trapdoor. Garen lifts the iron ring. Warm air rises. You descend again. At the bottom, you enter a tunnel unlike anything else in the sunk. The walls are formed from old white palace stone. You touch one block. No ward, but the masonry is familiar. The same fitted stone as the passage beneath the lantern court. This was part of the palace. Tessel nods. Before the palace hill expanded, the tunnel eventually reaches an underground canal. A narrow boat waits against the wall. No boatman. Tessel steps inside. Everyone follows. Sen takes the pole. The boat glides through darkness. Blue mushrooms reflect on the black surface. Now and then, you pass sealed doorways half submerged in water. Old royal symbols have been chiseled away. The deeper you travel, the quieter the city becomes. At last, the canal widens. Something moves in the water. Sen stops poling. A long, pale shape passes beneath the boat. Mara looks over the side. What was that? Tessel answers, blind eel. The shape returns. It is wider than Garen. Sen resumes poling. That is a very generous definition of eel. Another pale body slides beneath you. Then another. The boat rocks. Garen draws his sword. Don't. Tessel's voice is sharper than usual. They follow vibration. Everyone becomes still. The water settles. You hear breathing, dripping. Far away, something splashes. One of the enormous eels turns toward the sound and disappears. Mara whispers, "How far?" Tessel points ahead. A single amber light glows around the bend. Sen pushes the boat forward as gently as possible. The canal ends at an iron platform. A woman sits there holding a crossbow. Her gray hair has been shaved on one side. The other side hangs in a long braid, threaded with copper washers, tiny keys, and pieces of bone-white stone. She appears to be somewhere between 60 and indestructible. Her crossbow is pointed directly at Tessel. You took your time. Tessel climbs out of the boat. Asa Ket does not lower the weapon. I heard you escaped. You could have come looking. I assumed either you would find me or you died. Tessel considers this. Fair. Asa's gaze moves across the rest of you. It stops at Garen. Deserter. Garen nods. At Mara. Con artist. Illusionist. Same profession with more jewelry. At Sen. Asa sighs. You. Sen gives her a pleasant smile. You remember me. You stole my boots. They were excellent boots. Then her eyes reach you. She looks at your hands. Not your face. Your hands. Roan thief. You say nothing. Asa lowers the crossbow slightly. Come in. Her home is built inside an abandoned pumping station. Copper pipes line the walls. Old machinery has been converted into shelves, tables, beds, and cooking surfaces. Hundreds of maps hang from cords strung overhead. Some are palace maps. You recognize the crown ring immediately. Others show only tunnels. Asa pours tea into mismatched cups. It smells of mint and smoke. No one asks whether it is safe. After navigating the blind eels, tea feels like an agreement. Asa sits at a workbench. Tessel places the Copid Palace plan in front of her. The old woman's expression does not change. Her fingers, however, stop moving. Where? Royal Archive, Sen says. Asa looks at him. Of course. She studies the drawing. When she reaches the symbol at its center, she closes her eyes. You know what it is, you say. Asa opens them again. I know what they told us it was. Who? The engineers who hired me. When? 32 years ago. Tessel leans forward. You worked that deep. Asa gives Tessel a long look. I built the Western prison galleries. The admission carries no pride. I was good with old stone. Palace needed tunnels cut through foundations. Nobody understood. She points toward one of the wall maps. Most builders were brought in blindfolded. We worked separate sections. Never enough information to understand the whole. You know the method. The same principle as splitting forbidden knowledge between documents. What did they tell you about the vessel? That it was a royal reservoir. For what? Magic. Did you believe them? For about 3 days. Asa takes a sip of tea. Then we found bones. Silence. Myra lowers her cup. 8,000. Asa looks at her. What? You show her the notation. Required lives. 8,000. Asa reads it. Her jaw tightens. We never knew how many. Garen asks, human remains. Some. Asa places her tea down. Others weren't remains. Tessel goes very still. You remember the voices in the coronation ward. What do you mean? Asa looks toward the canal entrance, as if ensuring the dark itself is not listening. There are chambers beneath the palace walls, stone alcoves. She traces a curve on the plan. Thousands of them. Graves? No. Her finger stops. People. Mara frowns. Alive. Not in any ordinary sense. The pumping station seems colder. Asa continues. Bodies that don't decay. Some look asleep. Some are nothing but shadows burned into stone. Others. She hesitates. Others speak when the palace magic is strong. Tessel's face has gone pale. The voices. Asa nods. We were told never to answer them. You ask why. Because sometimes they answer back with your memories. Nobody drinks the tea now. Asa points to the central chamber. The vessel draws something from them. Life, memory, years, soul. Call it what you like. Her expression hardens. Whatever makes one human life belong to one person. You look at the words on the plan. Continuance, transfer, required lives. A new possibility begins forming. Mara reaches it first. The king. Asa's gaze shifts toward her. Say it. The royal family isn't immortal because of a blessing. No one answers. Myra looks toward the central circle. They are taking lives from whatever is down there. Asa speaks softly. That was my conclusion. Garen grips the edge of the workbench. For 500 years. Longer. You look up. The plan predates the orals. Asa nods. The royal family inherited the machine. A slow, unpleasant understanding follows. Perhaps the oral dynasty did not create immortality. Perhaps they found it, or conquered those who possessed it, or simply learned how to feed it. Tessel asks, why keep prisoners near it? Asa studies Tessel, because the vessel is failing. Elira's remembered words return. The king cannot know until the vessel is stable. You lean forward. How do you know? Asa stands. She moves to a locked metal cabinet. From inside, she takes a shard of black stone. A rune has been carved into it. You recognize the craftsmanship immediately. Crooked spiral, crossed line, Edrin. Your hand closes around the edge of the table. Where did you get that? He gave it to me. When? 11 months ago. You rise. You saw him. Asa nods. Here, every conversation in the room disappears beneath those 4 letters. Here, Edrin stood in this room, alive, 11 months ago. You said he was imprisoned. He was. How did he get out? He didn't. Asa places the black shard in front of you. He was allowed out. That makes less sense. By whom? Your chancellor, Elira's father. You stare at the rune. Asa continues. Ren brought him through the old tunnels under guard. Asked me to help them reach a sealed maintenance gallery. Why would Ren work with a prisoner? Because Edrin understood the vessel. The flaw. You touch the black shard. Magic responds. Not a ward. A message. Edrin prepared it so that only someone familiar with his rune signature could open it. You, your fingers close around the stone. The pumping station vanishes. For a heartbeat, you see a narrow room. Edrin stands there, older than you remember, thinner, gray beginning in his hair, yet unmistakably alive. The memory is only an enchanted imprint, not a living image. He looks directly toward the person who will someday unlock it. Toward you. His voice comes through the stone. If this reached you, then either Asa trusted you or you stole it, which would be more in character. Even now, a trace of dry amusement. Then his face becomes serious. The immortality is not the flaw. A pause. The flaw is that the dead have begun remembering themselves. The image flickers. Behind Edrin, something pounds against a door. He continues quickly. The vessel was designed to erase them as it consumed them. It isn't doing that anymore. Another impact. The king thinks the solution is to add more lives. Your stomach tightens. Edrin looks towards something outside the memory. Then back. If they feed the vessel again, everyone already inside it may wake. The image breaks. For one moment, darkness. Then Edrin's voice returns, quieter. If you're hearing this, don't come looking for me. A final pause. You will anyway. The memory ends. You are standing in Asa's pumping station again. Nobody speaks. Asa has been watching your face. What did he say? Garen asks. You tell them. When you finish, even Sen has no joke. Tessel looks toward the palace maps overhead. Add more lives. Mara's voice is barely above a whisper. How many? Asa answers. The western prison galleries are almost full. You look at her, full of prisoners. Asa nods. Political prisoners. Disappeared scholars. Smugglers. Foreign spies. Anyone the palace can remove without causing too many questions. Tessel stands so abruptly, the chair falls backward. They're going to use the prison. Nobody tells Tessel to sit. You remember why Tessel escaped. Not simply freedom. Knowledge. The hidden levels. The voices. The people nobody knew existed. Garen asks when. I don't know, Asa says. But construction changed 6 months ago. New conduits. New containment doors. Can you get us in? Asa studies him. No. Mara exhales. Then Asa adds, but I can get you close. She walks beneath the hanging maps and pulls down a narrow roll. When she opens it, the drawing shows the palace from below, not the official foundations, the forgotten ones, tunnels, cisterns, old aqueducts, collapsed chambers, and one route traced in faded blue ink. It begins in the sunk. It ends near the circular structure beneath the palace. The old water road, Asa says. Sen leans over it. This connects to the prison. It connects to the 7th gate. Tessel whispers, the 7th level. Asa nods. Beyond that, you'll need royal access. Your thoughts turn immediately to Elira. And the black key. Asa points to another symbol. There's something else. A square chamber lies just before the 7th gate, marked with a bell. You recognize it from the main plan. One of the 7 named corridors. What is it? The Hall of Echoes. Tessel takes a slow breath. I've heard guards mention it. Asa looks at you. If you're going through the old water road, you need to cross that hall. And it recognizes people by memory. Mara mutters, of course it does. Asa does not smile. The palace doesn't only lock doors with keys. Her gaze settles on you. Some doors open only if you can prove you remember the right life. You look down at the map. The path to Edrin is becoming clearer. So are the dangers. You need Elira's black key. You need the old water road. You need to cross the Hall of Echoes. And somewhere beyond it, if Asa is right, thousands of stolen lives wait beneath an immortal city. Asa rolls the map halfway closed. If you're still planning this robbery, stop calling it a robbery. Mara's eyes remain on the central chamber. What would you call it? Asa looks toward the stone ceiling. Far above, beyond buried streets and marble avenues, the palace rises over Vare. kind of mistake kingdoms don't survive. Then a bell rings. Not in the room, not in the sunk, far above, deep enough to be felt through the stone. Once, twice, 3 times. Asa looks up. Garen reaches instinctively for his sword. The bell continues. 4, 5, 6. Tessel whispers. That's not an alarm. 7. Asa's face becomes grim. 8. Then silence. You look at the plan. 8 corridors. 8 doors. Asa slowly turns toward you. That bell hasn't rung in 32 years. What does it mean? She looks at the black shard, carrying Edrin's message. Then at the palace, far above. The vessel is being opened. Asa's words remain in the pumping station after the 8th bell has faded. Nobody asks how certain she is. Her certainty is the worst part. The blind eels glide somewhere beyond the iron platform. Water taps slowly against the canal wall. Above you, hidden behind layers of buried streets and newer foundations, Vare continues with its evening as though nothing has changed. People are closing market stalls, lighting cooking fires, arguing over prices, meeting friends at taverns. Thousands of palace lanterns will be burning along the crown ring, and beneath all of them, something built to consume human lives has just opened. Garen rolls the old water road map. How long? Asa looks toward him. How long for what? From opening the vessel to feeding it. If they're following the old procedure. Yes, Asa considers. I don't know. Garen's jaw tightens. Guess. A day, maybe 2. Tessel is already moving. We have to go. Mara catches Tessel's arm. Go where? The prison. With what plan? They're going to kill everyone down there. We don't know that. Tessel turns on her. You heard Edrin. So did I. Mara's voice stays controlled. And if we run directly into the palace tonight, there will be 5 more prisoners available for whatever ritual they're preparing. Tessel pulls free. For several breaths, neither speaks. You look at the map. Asa has shown you a route to the 7th gate. You still lack one thing. The black key. You take Elira's silver token from your pocket. Sen sees it. Tracked. Yes. Still tracked. Yes. Myra looks toward you. You want to contact her. If the vessel has opened, her father may have caused it, or tried to stop it. Garen nods. Either way, the palace will be watching her. You turn the token between your fingers. Then we make sure they watch her somewhere else. Mara's mouth curves slightly. Now you're learning. You leave the sunk separately. Asa refuses to come. I built enough of that place, she says when Garen asks. I'm not walking back into it. But before you depart, she gives you the water road map and a narrow iron tool shaped like a 2-pronged fork. For the old sluice locks. Sen reaches for it. Asa slaps his hand away. Not you. She gives it to Tessel. Sen looks wounded. You stole my boots. Years ago. They were excellent boots. They were. That appears to settle the matter. Asa stops you before you climb into the canal boat. Edrin knew what would happen if you heard that message. You look back. He told me not to come. He knew that wasn't going to work. Apparently, Asa leans against the railing. He didn't leave that shard because he wanted to keep you away. You wait. He left it because he wanted you warned before you came. The difference follows you all the way back through the sunk. By the time you emerge into the upper city, night has settled over Vare. The atmosphere has changed. The 8 bells were heard everywhere. People stand in doorways discussing them. Tavern crowds spill into streets. Temple steps are full. No official announcement has been made. That has only made the rumors worse. Some claim the bells announce the king's abdication. Others say a royal heir has been born. One old woman near the spice market insists the bells last rang before a plague. You hear another man say that his grandfather called them the bells of continuance. That name stays with you. At the bathhouse, Mara constructs the plan. It depends on 3 deceptions: 2 stolen uniforms, a fake carriage accident, and the assumption that palace security remains predictable when frightened. Sen calls it reckless. Mara looks delighted by this assessment. The first part begins before midnight. A royal message box stands at the intersection of the Chancellor's Avenue and Glassmaker Street. You approach alone. The box is made from white stone and bears the royal crest. 2 palace watchers are stationed across the street. They try very hard to appear like ordinary men, eating roasted chestnuts. They fail. You take out Elira's token, press it to the box. Magic catches. A tiny silver line appears across its surface. You whisper, "East Terrace of the House of Summer." Half an hour. The line disappears. The message is gone. So are you. You walk south. The 2 palace watchers follow. Exactly as intended. You turn through the crowded evening market, past fabric stalls, past a fortune teller shouting at a customer, past a row of cooks grilling skewers over charcoal. The watchers remain 20 paces behind. Then Mara walks out of a tea shop wearing your face. She does not look toward you. She simply continues south. You turn east. One watcher follows Mara. The other follows you. At the next intersection, Sen appears wearing a palace messenger's uniform. Royal inspection. He tells a vegetable seller loudly. The seller immediately begins shouting about taxes. Within seconds, a crowd surrounds Sen. Your remaining watcher is forced into the street. Garen drives a delivery cart directly into his path. A wheel breaks, or appears to break. Crates tumble. Turnips roll across the road. The watcher disappears behind an avalanche of vegetables. You enter an alley. Tessel waits beside an open cellar door. You descend. By the time you emerge 3 streets away, you are wearing a baker's coat and carrying a basket of stale bread. The House of Summer is not a house. It is a public garden built on the remains of an old noble estate. After sunset, the gates close, but the eastern terrace overlooks a narrow canal and is easily reached from a neighboring roof. Elira arrives late. She does not bring guards. She arrives disguised in a plain cloak, which might have been convincing if the boots beneath it did not cost more than most people earn in a year. You rang the Chancellor's box, she says. You sit on the stone balustrade, overlooking the dark garden. 8 bells rang. I heard. What do they mean? Her expression answers before she does. I don't know, but your family does. My father might. Your father is missing. She takes a slow breath. Which is why I came. You tell her about Asa, the old construction crews, the hidden chambers, the people preserved beneath the palace. Edrin's message, when you repeat his warning about new lives being added to stabilize the vessel. Elira turns toward the palace. From here, the highest towers rise above the city walls. Their windows shine gold against the night. My father knew, she says. Some of it. He knew enough. She sounds angry now. Not at you. Possibly not even at him. 4 months ago, he began dismissing servants from our house. People who had worked for us since I was a child. He sent them money and told them to leave Vare. Why? I thought he was becoming paranoid. She laughs once, without humor. Perhaps he was trying to save them. You wait. Eventually, she faces you. Yesterday morning, before the palace announced his journey north, 6 royal officers searched our house. For what? They wouldn't say. Did they find anything? I don't know. Did you? Her eyes narrow. You have guessed correctly. She reaches inside the cloak. A small leather notebook appears. My father hid this in my mother's music cabinet. You take it. Most pages are written in cipher. You recognize some royal shorthand, but not enough to translate quickly. Several pages contain diagrams. The central symbol appears repeatedly. Circle, 8 lines. The vessel, 1 page has been torn out. Another contains a list of dates stretching back centuries. Next to each is a number. The pattern means nothing at first. Then you notice the intervals, usually between 40 and 60 years, sometimes less. The most recent date was 53 years ago. A number appears beside it, 912. You show Elira. What happened 53 years ago? She thinks, nothing, nothing, no war, no plague. You point toward the number, 912 people. Her expression changes. Disappearances. Possibly. She shakes her head. That many people disappearing would be recorded, unless nobody was looking for the same group. Prisoners, travelers, foreigners, the poor, people from outside the city, or deaths attributed to something else. You turn another page. A single phrase is written without cipher. Renewal interval decreasing. Below it, current capacity unstable. You think of Edrin's warning. The vessel was designed to erase the people it consumed. Now they are remembering. The royal family's immortality may be failing. Because the source is becoming crowded with lives that refuse to disappear, Elira points toward another line. What's that? The writing is older, copied from another document. You read it aloud. The vessel does not grant life. It postpones the claim of death. Neither of you speaks for a moment. You turn the page. A second sentence. A debt postponed remains a debt. Elira sits beside you. The palace shines in the distance. My father used to say the king feared only two things. What? Boredom and being forgotten. She looks toward you. I think he was wrong. You close the notebook. We need the key. She becomes very still. The black key. Tonight, you said you would decide whether I came. We decided, and you come as far as the 7th gate. A small smile appears. You make that sound like permission. It isn't. Good. She reaches beneath her sleeve. The black key appears. This time, she gives it to you. It is colder than you expect. The instant the metal touches your skin, every protective enchantment you can sense in the surrounding city seems to turn toward it. Not toward you, toward the key. Royal magic recognizes its own authority. You cannot copy this, Elira says. You test the signature. She is right. There is no pattern to imitate. The magic inside the key continually changes. A living cipher. 7 black keys, she continues. Each bound to an office, not a person. Chancellor, Marshal, High Priest, Royal Physician, Keeper of the Treasury, Master of the Gates, Speaker of the Crown. Can the palace tell yours is missing? If my father is still Chancellor, no. And if he isn't, then we are about to discover it. You return to the bathhouse just before dawn. Nobody sleeps. The next hours are spent preparing. Asa's water road can only be entered while the river is low. That gives you the following night. Garen gathers weapons, but not many. Anything we carry has to fit through the sluice tunnels. Zen packs picks, wire, chalk, wax, and several objects he refuses to explain. Mara replaces 3 cracked illusion anchors and strings additional colored glass around both wrists. Tessel studies Asa's map until the route can be repeated without looking. You prepare your rune kit. Silver stylus, chalk, copper thread, blank signature parchment, 2 small mirrors, a vial of salt, a strip of waxed cloth used for covering hostile runes, and the black key. By evening, rain has returned. This time, the storm comes hard. Water runs in sheets through the streets. Thunder rolls over the palace. An excellent night for disappearing. You enter the sunk through a different route. Elira joins you wearing practical clothes and a dark coat. Zen looks at her boots. Better. She looks down. They're old. They cost 40 crowns. 32. Sen appears, offended by the correction. The old water road begins behind a collapsed bathhouse, deep beneath the southern wall. Tessel uses Asa's fork-shaped tool to open a rusted sluice. Cold river water rushes around your ankles as the gate rises. Behind it is a narrow tunnel. For the next hour, you crawl beneath the city, sometimes hunched, sometimes on hands and knees. The tunnel twists through foundations older than Vair's current streets. You pass shafts where rainwater pours in silver curtains. At one point, the route opens into an ancient cistern, large enough to contain a village square. Stone pillars vanish into darkness overhead. The water is perfectly still. Thousands of tiny white insects glow across its surface like stars. Even Mara falls quiet. Your group rests on a dry ledge. Garen divides bread and dried meat. Elira looks over the black water. I lived my entire life above this. Tessel drinks from a flask. Most people do. Something in the answer makes Elira glance over. Tessel is not looking at her. After several minutes, Elira says, "I'm sorry." Tessel's expression gives away nothing. For what? For not knowing. Tessel looks across the cistern. Knowing doesn't open cells. No. Elira takes out the black key's empty chain around her wrist. But maybe this does. Tessel finally looks at her. No sudden trust passes between them. No forgiveness either. But something changes. A beginning, perhaps. You continue. The water road rises. The stone becomes white. Palace masonry. Then you feel it. The enchantments. Thousands of them. You are beneath the palace now. Every step carries you deeper into a web of royal magic. Some wards are dormant. Others move slowly through the walls like currents beneath ice. The black key seems to quiet them when you pass. Eventually, Tessel stops. Ahead stands a round bronze door covered in green corrosion. A bell has been carved into its center. The Hall of Echoes, Tessel says. Mara exhales. Lovely. You inspect the door. There is no keyhole, no handle, only a shallow impression in the shape of a hand. You touch it. The world changes. A memory appears. Not yours. A little girl running through a garden. A woman calling after her. Sunlight. White flowers. Then the image vanishes. You pull your hand away. Elira has stopped breathing. You look toward her. My mother. Everyone turns. What did you see? You ask. A garden. Elira's voice is faint. White flowers. The door showed you one of her memories. But you were the one who touched it. You study the bronze. It is searching everyone nearby. Garen asks for what? Maybe a memory it recognizes. Tessel's face tightens. Prison guards crossed this hall. Then it must accept palace memories. Elira steps forward. You catch her wrist. Wait. She looks at you. If the room can take memories, as well as read them, we don't know what happens when it rejects one. That stops her. Mara examines the door. Can we bypass it? You try the black key. Nothing happens. The authority of the crown does not matter here. This lock is older than the key. You press the bronze again. Another memory. Garen in a military courtyard, younger, wearing the royal uniform. A commander giving orders. The king watching from a balcony. Then Sen, a crowded prison wagon. Rained, a hand slipping a nail into a lock. Then Mara, a theater. Applause, her own illusion bowing on stage while she escapes through the back. Then Tessel, darkness, a cell, a voice through the wall saying, "Count the bells, never the days." Edrin's voice, the memory snaps away. Tessel recoils. You pull your hand from the door. He was beside you. For 6 months, Tessel's words are almost inaudible. You never said. You never asked. Sen would usually make something of that answer. This time he doesn't. You look back at the handprint. The lock is sampling memories, comparing them. You touch it one more time. This time, the memory belongs to you. A drainage tunnel, blood in your mouth, Edrin dragging you toward a sealed gate. Years ago, he presses one hand against a rune while you barely remain conscious. Watch. You remember his voice. A lock is a question. Never answer the question it asks until you understand why it's asking. The memory continues. You had forgotten this part, or perhaps you simply had not thought about it in years. Edrin opens the gate. Before crossing, he looks back at the protective rune. Old wards are arrogant. They think the world hasn't changed. The memory ends. Your hand remains against the bronze. A lock is a question. You look at the bell symbol. The Hall of Echoes is not asking who you are. It is asking whether you belong to the palace. You have all assumed it wants a royal memory. Perhaps that is exactly the wrong answer. Everyone step back. They do. You keep your hand on the door. The ward searches, only you now. Memory after memory passes. Locks, alleys, market rooftops, Edrin, then something older. A childhood glimpse of the palace from outside its walls. The towers distant, forbidden. You let the ward hold that memory. You standing outside, the palace far away. You do not belong here. The magic tightens. You do not resist. Instead, you give it the truth. You are an intruder. The bronze becomes warm. Behind you, Mara says carefully, "What are you doing?" Answering, the ward presses deeper. Another memory rises. A sealed royal door years ago. You copying its protective signature. Another, a magistrate's archive. Another, the lantern court. Again and again, the same truth. You enter places that reject you. You steal permission. You cross boundaries. Roan thief. The hall finally understands what you are. The door opens. Sen stares. You convinced it to admit an intruder. No. You look into the darkness beyond. I think it was designed to detect intruders. That seems worse. It is. The 6 of you enter. The Hall of Echoes is long and narrow. Bronze bells hang from the ceiling. Hundreds, perhaps thousands. None move. The floor is black stone, polished like still water. At the far end stands another door. You take one step. A bell rings. Softly, a memory enters your mind. Not an image. A voice, your own, speaking words you do not remember saying. "I'll come back for you." Edrin answers. "You'd better." The sound disappears. A second bell rings. Mara stops. Her face shifts. Whatever she hears, she does not explain. Then Sen, then Garen, then Elira. Every few steps another bell rings and returns something that belongs to the person beneath it. Not stolen memories, forgotten ones, tiny pieces, a meal, a promise, a face, a mistake. Tessel begins walking faster. A bell sounds above Tessel. Edrin's voice fills the hall. This time, everyone hears it. "If they move me, find Asa." Tessel stops. The next bell. Tell the rune thief the 8th door is not locked. Your entire group becomes still. The message is part of Tessel's memory. Something Edrin said in the prison. Tessel turns toward you. "I forgot." Not forgotten naturally. You can see that now. The memory rooms took it. The hall is returning it. Another bell rings. Edrin again. That's what makes it dangerous. You step toward Tessel. What makes what dangerous? Tessel closes both eyes. The returning memories are arriving in pieces. You wait. Another bell. A prison wall. Edrin whispering through stone. The 7 doors keep people out. Another. The 8th keeps something in. The final bell rings. And Tessel remembers. Eyes open. The 8th door opens from the other side. The hall falls silent. Ahead, the exit unlocks. You cross through. Nobody speaks until the bronze door closes behind you. Then Elira says, "What is on the other side?" Tessel looks toward the deep passage ahead. "I don't know." You do. At least partly. Thousands of lives that were supposed to forget themselves. Lives that are remembering. You continue. The passage descends and eventually joins a corridor still used by the palace. Torches burn in wall brackets. You extinguish your lamps. Mara sends a small illusion ahead. A palace guard made from light and borrowed color. No one challenges it. For a while, then it returns. Mara's expression changes. "Soldiers." "How many?" Garen asks. 20, maybe more. "Coming?" "No, guarding something." Tessel moves to the next corner and looks. When Tessel returns, the fear is obvious. The 7th gate. You approach carefully. The corridor beyond opens onto a vast chamber. A black iron gate stretches from floor to ceiling. Royal runes glow across it. More than 30 guards stand in formation. Beyond the bars, prisoners are being marched downward. Dozens, then dozens more, men and women in gray clothing, some old, some young, some wearing chains, others simply walking beneath the watch of armed guards. Tessel's hand closes around the wall. They emptied the western cells. Elira's face becomes white. Garen studies the soldiers. We can't fight through that. Mara whispers, not directly. Then you notice someone standing near the gate. A man in the dark ceremonial armor of the royal household. No helmet, gold hair, a face that appears 35. You have seen it on coins, statues, paintings. Above the lantern court, King Oral I, the immortal king himself. He watches the prisoners pass. Beside him stands another man, older, hands bound, clothing torn. Elira moves before anyone can stop her. You catch her and pull her back behind the corner. Her breath catches. My father, Lord Chancellor Wren, is alive. He looks exhausted, but he is standing. The king speaks to him. You cannot hear the first words. Then Oral's voice rises. You knew the cost. Wren says something. The king answers. 900 lives bought us 53 years. The corridor seems to narrow around you. Oral continues. The next renewal requires more. Wren's voice becomes clear. 8,000 is not renewal. No, the immortal king looks through the gate at the descending prisoners. It is correction. You remember the old plan. Required lives, 8,000, not the original creation. A new payment. Wren pulls against his restraints. You will wake them. The king smiles sadly. They are already waking. A sound rises from beyond the seventh gate. At first it resembles wind, then whispers. Thousands of them. The prisoners hear it. Several stop walking. Guards shove them onward. Oral looks into the darkness below. For 5 centuries, my family has carried this city. Wren laughs bitterly. Your family has fed on it. The king's expression hardens. You confuse survival with virtue, because you have never been responsible for either. Wren takes one step closer. Open the 8th door and ask them whether they agree. Oral's composure breaks. Only for a moment. But you see it. Fear. The immortal king is afraid of the 8th door. He turns to a guard. Take the chancellor below. Elira shifts beside you. You tighten your hold before she can move. Wren is forced through the gate. Oral follows. The guards begin closing it. You look down. The black key rests in your hand. The gate's royal runes are calling to it. You could open the 7th gate now, but 30 guards stand between you and it. And your enemy has just walked deeper beneath the palace, with hundreds of prisoners. Garen leans close. We need another route. Tessel looks toward Asa's map. There is one. A maintenance passage branches from this corridor and rejoins the prison beyond the gate. Sen studies the distance. Where? Tessel points toward a narrow service door 10 paces from the soldiers. Myra watches the guards. then looks at the glass anchors around her wrists. I can give us perhaps 20 seconds. Garen draws his sword, just enough to loosen it in the sheath. Make them useful. Mara smiles. 20 seconds later, a scream comes from the opposite end of the chamber. Every guard turns. A second King Oral I walks calmly out of the wall. The illusion points toward the soldiers. Arrest that man. Confusion erupts. The real king is already gone. Half the guards kneel. The other half stare. Mara whispers, "Now." You run. 6 people cross the open corridor, while 30 royal soldiers argue with an imaginary monarch. Zen reaches the service door first. Locked. He looks at you. You thrust the black key into a keyhole that did not exist until the metal approached. The lock opens. Everyone slips inside. You close it behind you. The illusion collapses outside. Shouting begins. You are already descending. The maintenance stair spirals down around an enormous central shaft. Whispers rise through it. Closer now. Thousands of voices layered together. You cannot understand the words. Then one separates from the rest. A voice you know. Edrin. Not a memory. Not an enchanted message. A living voice carried upward through the stone. You're late. You stop. Tessel stops below you. Mara looks over the railing. Far beneath, a small figure stands on a bridge crossing the shaft. Thin, gray beginning in his hair. Alive, Edrin looks up. Even at this distance, you recognize the crooked smile. Then he raises one hand. Behind him, royal guards are approaching. And beyond those guards, deeper beneath the palace, something enormous begins to open. Something enormous begins to open. The sound rolls through the shaft like stone grinding beneath the weight of a mountain. Edrin looks past you toward whatever is happening below. The crooked smile disappears. That, he calls up, is earlier than I hoped. A guard appears at the far end of the bridge, behind him. Then another. Edrin turns and runs. You do the same. The maintenance stair curves downward around the shaft. Iron steps trembling beneath your boots. Garen takes the lead. Tessel follows close behind. Mara and Sen are between you and Elira. Below, Edrin vanishes beneath an arch. The first arrow strikes the railing beside you. Garen looks upward. Royal guards have entered the stairwell. Move. You descend faster. The shaft widens as you go. Bridges cross it at irregular heights, connecting galleries carved into the surrounding stone. Some are ancient masonry. Others are newer iron walkways built over older structures. Through barred openings, you catch glimpses of cells. Empty. Every prisoner has been taken below. Another arrow falls. Mara snaps a blue glass anchor against the railing. Immediately, the stair above appears to continue in the opposite direction. The pursuing guards reach the illusion and hesitate. One takes a step onto stairs that do not exist. A companion catches him before he falls into the shaft. Sen looks back. Subtle. I can be subtle tomorrow. The grinding noise below ends with a tremendous impact. A pressure passes through the shaft. You feel it in your teeth. Every royal rune around you flashes white. The black key becomes painfully cold in your pocket. Then the whispers stop. All of them. The silence is worse. Tessel slows. What happened? Edrin's voice comes from a doorway below. They opened the inner containment ring. You reach him. For one heartbeat, everything else disappears. 4 years have changed him. His face is thinner. A pale scar crosses one cheek. His prison clothes have been covered by a stolen guard's coat, too large across the shoulders. Iron still circles one ankle, though the chain has been cut. But Edrin is standing here, alive. He studies you, as though confirming something he already knew. Then he says, "You look expensive." You glance down at the filthy clothes soaked from the water road. So do you. His smile returns. Good, you're still unpleasant. Tessel throws both arms around him. Edrin nearly loses balance. He looks startled for perhaps half a second before embracing Tessel back. You escaped. You knew that. I hoped. Tessel steps away. You told me to find Asa. And then the memory rooms stole the instruction. Yes, typical. Edrin's gaze moves across the rest of the group. Mara gives him a small wave. Sen nods. Garen says, "We have guards behind us." Then introductions later. Elira steps forward. Edrin recognizes her immediately. Ren's daughter. Where is my father? Edrin's expression darkens. Below, alive, when I last saw him. How long ago? Minutes. He turns. Come on. The corridor beyond the doorway runs through unfinished prison galleries. Tools have been abandoned beside newly cut channels in the floor. Copper conduits snake through the stone. You recognize the pattern from the foundation plans. They all lead downward, toward the vessel. Edrin runs while speaking. The king accelerated the renewal after Ren tried to stop him. We thought we had another week. Ren, me, 3 palace engineers, a physician named Sale. Where are the others? 2 dead. Sale is somewhere below. Ren was arrested yesterday. Elira absorbs this without slowing. You worked with my father. He interrogated me for 6 months first. Elira looks at him. That sounds like him. Eventually, we became colleagues. That also sounds like him. You reach a fork. Edrin turns left without hesitation. Behind you, an alarm bell begins ringing. Not the 8 deep bells from before. A fast military alarm. They know we're here, Garen says. They knew the moment the black key opened the service door. You look at Edrin. Then why aren't there more guards? There will be. Helpful. I've had a difficult 4 years. You could have sent a clearer message. I sent 3. I found 1. Then blame the postal system. You almost laugh. There is no time. The corridor ends at a narrow stone chamber. A single statue stands inside, a warrior carved from black marble, sword lowered, eyes closed. Edrin stops at the threshold. Nobody enter. Sen nearly runs into him. The statue opens its eyes. Gold light burns inside them. Mara whispers, "Enchanted guardian." Edrin nods. "Immortal." Garen studies the statue. Stone can break. Not this stone. The guardian raises its head. State authority. Elira says, "Lady Elira Wren, daughter of the Lord Chancellor." The statue remains still. Insufficient. You take out the black key. Chancellor's authority. The guardian looks toward it. For a moment, you think it will allow passage. Then the light in its eyes changes from gold to red. Office suspended. Elira closes her eyes briefly. My father is no longer Chancellor. Edrin looks toward her. I'm sorry. She takes a breath. Later, the guardian lifts its sword. Garen draws his. Edrin catches his arm. I said immortal. Everything has limits. Yes, ours are currently more relevant. You look around the chamber. One entrance, one exit behind the statue. No side passages. The guardian's enchantments are unlike the palace wards. There is no permission to copy, no lock to deceive. Its magic is embedded throughout the stone, but something else surrounds it. A command structure. You can sense it faintly. The statue does not decide what authority is sufficient. A separate enchantment tells it. You close your eyes. Layers of command. King. 7 royal offices. Palace blood. Military command. Then something older beneath all of them. Original builders. You reach for that layer. The statue steps forward. Garen raises his sword. How long? Not sure. Find out quickly. The guardian attacks. Garen catches the first blow. The impact drives him backward across the floor. Mara throws an illusion of 3 Garens in separate directions. The statue ignores all of them. It can see through illusion, she says. Sen ducks behind a pillar. I dislike educated statues. You follow the buried command rune. It is not written in modern royal script. Older symbols emerge as you trace the magical logic. You recognize one. The circle pierced by 8 lines. The vessel, the statue, does not ultimately serve the king. It serves the structure. That matters. Garen avoids another strike. The sword cuts through the stone wall and leaves no mark on its own blade. Tessel throws a broken length of chain around the statue's arm. For a moment, the weapon is pulled aside. Edrin joins Tessel. Now would be excellent. You take out the old foundation plan. The central symbol. 8 lines. 7 named doors. 1 unnamed. You hold the image in your mind and touch the floor. The same geometry answers beneath the chamber. A buried maintenance command. You understand. The guardian is not a soldier. It is part of the containment system. You press your palm against the rune. The inner ring is open. The guardian freezes. Everyone does too. Its red eyes turn toward you. Containment compromised. Yes, priority. You hope you have understood the ancient rules correctly. Return to vessel. The statue lowers its sword. Confirmed. Then it walks past you, straight into the corridor. The approaching royal guards round the corner, just as the guardian emerges. Their captain shouts an order. The statue does not stop. A soldier raises a spear. The guardian sweeps him aside without killing him and continues upward. The formation collapses around it. Mara watches the chaos. I like your profession again. You run through the chamber. Edrin takes you down another stair. The stone becomes older. The royal symbols disappear. So do the torches. Your lamps come out again. The air is warmer here. Not from fire, from magic. Copper veins glow faintly inside the walls. You hear breathing ahead. Hundreds of people. Then you enter the prison assembly chamber. The prisoners are packed behind iron partitions. Several hundred in this room alone. More weight in passages beyond. Royal guards stand along elevated walkways. At the far end, a gate opens toward a descending tunnel. Prisoners are being moved through it in groups of 50. Toward the vessel, Garen studies the room. We cannot free them all quietly. Edrin shakes his head. We don't need quietly anymore. He looks toward you. We need the black key. It no longer has chancellor authority. It doesn't need it here. Why? Those cages are prison authority. The key retains whatever permissions Ren had before his office was suspended. You understand. A black key collects access over time. Removing the chancellor's title may stop new royal doors from accepting it. Older locks still remember. You move toward the nearest control gate. Mara touches your shoulder. Everyone in this room will see us. Yes. Good. She breaks 3 glass anchors at once. The effect rolls across the chamber. Suddenly, every guard sees another unit of royal soldiers entering from the opposite side. The illusionary captain shouts, by command of the king, halt prisoner movement. Confusion spreads. Real guards shout back. The prisoners begin murmuring. You reach the control gate. The black key opens it. One lock, then another. Sen takes the key from you. Show me. You demonstrate the angle. Unlike ordinary locks, the keyhole appears only as the black key approaches. Sen grins. I can work with this. He runs toward the next row of cages. You move with Edrin and Tessel to the main partition. Garen steps onto the walkway. A royal guard recognizes him. Hold. Garen looks up. The guard is older, gray at the temples. For a moment, the 2 men simply stare. Then the guard lowers his weapon. Garen Holt. Yes, you deserted. I did. Why? Garen looks toward the prisoners. Because they ordered me to guard this. The older soldier follows his gaze. The illusion is breaking down now. Guards are beginning to realize which commands are false. Garen raises his voice. Ask them where these people are going. The chamber quiets slightly. Ask why they emptied cells that don't officially exist. A captain shouts, sees him. Nobody moves at first. Garen continues. You swore to defend Veyr. The captain draws his sword. You swore to the king. Garen looks at him. No. His voice carries through the chamber. I swore to the city. That distinction reaches more people than you expect. One guard lowers a spear, then another. The captain sees it happening. Traitors. He lunges toward Garen. The older soldier steps between them. Steel meets steel. Then the chamber erupts. Not into a battle, into confusion. Some guards defend the cages. Others open them. Some retreat. The prisoners surge toward the exits, but stop when Edrin climbs onto a stone bench. Listen. His voice cuts through the noise. If you go upward, you'll meet palace troops. People look toward him. If you go downward, you die. Silence spreads unevenly. He points toward a broad side corridor. Old western drainage. Follow the blue stones. They lead to the sunk. Tessel immediately understands. Os's route. Part of it. Edrin looks at Tessel. Get them out. Tessel stares. You just got here. I know. You come too. I can't. Why? Edrin looks toward the descending gate. Because if the vessel completes renewal, escaping the prison won't matter. Tessel does not move. Then Garen steps beside Tessel. I'll help. You look at him. Garen nods toward the growing crowd. They need someone who knows soldiers. His path has become obvious. He came here because he once guarded the machinery of the crown. Now he can undo part of what he helped protect. Mara joins him. You'll need someone who can make 100 people look like 10. Sen opens another cage. Or 10 look like 100. Mara looks at him. Are you coming? Sen considers the prisoners, then tosses the black key back to you. I hate responsible decisions. He walks toward Tessel. I'll open anything between here and daylight. That leaves you. Edrin, Elira, the black key, and whatever waits below. Elira looks toward her father. He went down there. Edrin nods. Then I'm going. Nobody tries to stop her. Tessel approaches you. For several seconds, no words come. Then Tessel takes Asa's sluice tool from inside the coat and gives it back. You might need it. You know the route without it. Sen can open the locks. Sen calls from behind, probably. Tessel ignores him. Find Edrin. You glance beside you. I already did. Tessel looks at Edrin. Then keep him. Edrin's expression softens. I'll try. Tessel shakes their head. No. The word is firm. Do better. Then Tessel leaves with the others. You watch until the first prisoners disappear into the western passage. Garen stands at the rear organizing guards who have chosen to help. Mara fills the corridor with false footsteps and duplicate crowds. Zen runs ahead, unlocking gates. For the first time since the heist began, your group splits. There is no ceremony, no long goodbye. There is too much left to do. You, Edrin, and Elira turn downward. The gate closes behind you. The prison noise fades. The tunnel slopes steeply. The copper lines in the walls grow brighter. Soon you do not need a lamp. Edrin walks with one hand against the stone. You felt the system above, didn't you? The guardian, the palace. Yes, he nods. Ren thought you might. Why? Because the old structure was built by rune thieves. You stop. What? Edrin keeps walking. Not exactly our profession as it exists now, but close. You catch up. The people who built the vessel stole magical signatures. They stole more than that. What? Identity. The word hangs between your footsteps. Edrin looks toward you. The original architects discovered that death recognizes a person through continuity. Memory, name, magical imprint. The pattern that says one life is still the same life from one moment to the next. You think of the foundation text. The vessel does not grant life. It postpones the claim of death. They learned to move that pattern. Yes, into another body, into the vessel. Elira walks on Edrin's other side. Then how does the king survive? When death reaches for him, the vessel offers another life in his place. You feel cold despite the heat in the walls. One person dies each time he should. Not exactly. Most of the consumed lives were broken apart long ago. Years, memory, identity. The vessel pays the debt in pieces. Until now. Until now. The passage opens into an ancient gallery. Thousands of alcoves line the walls. Asa told the truth. People lie inside them. Some appear asleep. Others are only faint shapes beneath translucent stone. Men, women, children, people dressed in styles from forgotten centuries. Some wear armor belonging to kingdoms that no longer exist. Others wear simple work clothes. You walk slowly. A woman's eyes open inside one alcove. She looks directly at you. Her lips move. No sound passes through the stone. Elira whispers, "Are they alive?" Edrin answers carefully. Parts of them are. The woman's hand rises, touches the inside of the translucent barrier. You cannot help stepping closer. A rune glows beneath her palm. Memory spills into your mind. A kitchen, bread cooling near a window. A little boy laughing. A river town in spring. Then another memory. Soldiers, chains, a palace gate. The images vanish. You stagger back. Edrin steadies you. They are remembering faster. Who was she? I don't know. You look at the woman. She closes her eyes again. There are thousands. 8,000 perhaps. The original cost. Or only the survivors of it. The gallery continues until it reaches a circular door. No crown. No sword. No eye. No bell. Nothing. The eighth door. It stands open, only slightly. A narrow line of golden light escapes around its edge. Edrin stops. Elira looks toward him. You said it opens from the other side. It does. Then who opened it? Edrin does not answer. The gap widens. No one touches the door. Something on the other side is pulling it inward. The golden light brightens. Whispers return. Not thousands of separate voices now. One vast murmur. You step forward. Edrin catches your sleeve. Before we go in, you need to know what the object is. The object, the thing we came to steal. You had almost forgot the original language of the plan. A magical object beneath the palace. Treasure, target, heist. Edrin looks through the opening. The royal family calls it the heart of continuance. What does it look like? A crystal about the size of your hand, and removing it ends the immortality. Yes, Elira says. Then we remove it. Edrin looks at her. That is the problem. Of course it is. What happens? Edrin's gaze returns to you. The heart is the lock. You look at the open eighth door. Behind it, the voices grow louder. If we remove it, Edrin says, the vessel stops consuming them. Good, and every identity stored inside the system is released. You think of the alcoves. Released how? We don't know. Elira asks, alive. Possibly dead. Possibly. You look at him. Those are very different possibilities. I've been imprisoned. Research resources were limited. Despite everything, Elira almost laughs. Then the golden light beyond the door flickers. A man's voice calls from inside. Elira. She freezes. Her father. Father. She moves toward the opening. Edrin blocks her. Wait. Ren's voice comes again. Elira, don't enter. She closes her eyes. That is definitely him. Another voice answers from deeper inside. King Auril, your daughter has always struggled with instructions. Edrin swears softly. You draw the black key, not because it can help, because you need something in your hand. The eighth door opens another foot. You see the chamber beyond. Enormous, circular. 8 bridges lead toward a platform suspended over a depthless shaft of golden light. Copper conduits descend from every direction. At the center floats a clear crystal, small, almost disappointingly so. Inside it, light pulses like a heartbeat, the heart of continuance. King Auril stands beside it. Lord Ren kneels several paces away, wrists bound. Around the outer chamber, royal guards hold prisoners against 8 rune-marked pillars. Not hundreds, 8, one for each line of the vessel. A woman in physician's robes stands among them. Sail, perhaps. She is bleeding from the forehead, but conscious. Auril looks toward you through the open door. His expression is calm again, almost welcoming. Edrin Vale. Edrin says nothing. The king's attention moves to Elira, then to you. His eyes stop on the black key. So, Oral smiles. The thief finally arrives. You remain outside the threshold. You know me. No. He looks toward the crystal. But it does. The heart pulses. Something answers beneath your skin. The copied royal signatures you have carried. Every lock, every borrowed rune, every false permission. For one impossible moment, you sense the entire structure. All 8 corridors, every buried chamber, every life caught inside. And beneath it all, something vast has become aware of you. Oral watches your face. The architects expected this. What? Someone who could speak to the system without belonging to it. Edrin whispers, "Don't listen." The king continues. For centuries, the vessel has been waiting for a new keeper. You look toward the heart. Inside its clear surface, shadows move. Faces, thousands. Oral places one hand beside the crystal. I cannot repair it. His eyes return to you. But you can, Elira says, by sacrificing 8,000 people. Oral barely glances toward her. By preventing the release of 8,000 dead. Ren lifts his head. They are not dead. The king's patience thins. They are not alive. Ren looks toward you. Do not let him define the difference for you. Oral sighs. This is why I imprisoned scholars. Edrin says, you imprisoned anyone who discovered the machinery under your throne. Yes, the king makes no attempt to deny it, because kingdoms are not sustained by universal understanding. A tremor passes through the chamber. The heart brightens. Several prisoners cry out. The figures in the surrounding alcoves open their eyes. Thousands at once. You can feel it through the stone. Oral looks toward the crystal. Time is running out. He turns back to you. Choose carefully. His voice remains almost gentle. Remove the heart, and every stolen life inside this city returns at once. You look toward the glowing depths. What happens to Veyer? The palace certainly falls. Another tremor, possibly the hill. Another, possibly much of the capital. Ren shouts, he doesn't know. Oral does not look away from you. Neither does he. That, you realize, is probably true. No one knows. Not Edrin. Not Ren. Not Oral. The machine is older than all of them. The king gestures toward the 8 prisoners bound to the pillars. Or repair the lock. Elira stares at him. With them, 8 lives to stabilize the conduits. You said 8,000. Eventually, the word is quiet. Cold, practical, but 8 tonight buys time. Edrin steps beside you. Time for him to fill the prisons again. Oral's eyes remain on yours. Time to understand the consequences before destroying a city. You look toward the heart. This is the real lock. And like Edrin taught you long ago, you do not answer the question it asks until you understand why it is asking. The king has presented 2 choices. Feed the vessel or break it. You have spent your life dealing with locks designed by people certain There are only two possibilities: open, closed, authorized, forbidden, true, false. Old wards are arrogant. They think the world has not changed. You step through the 8th door. The entire chamber wakes. Runes blaze beneath your feet. Oral smiles. He thinks you have chosen. You haven't. You walk toward the heart, and for the first time since the heist began, you stop thinking about how to steal what lies inside the vault. You begin thinking about how to steal the vault itself. You step farther onto the bridge. The runes beneath your boots brighten one after another. They do not merely recognize the black key. They recognize you. That is more dangerous. The heart of continuance hangs above the central platform in a cradle of pale metal, untouched by chains or supports. Light moves through the crystal in slow pulses. With every pulse, you feel the enormous magical structure around you answering. 8 corridors, 8 conduits, thousands of alcoves, the palace above, the royal bloodline, and something else threaded through all of it. Names, not spoken names, the deeper signatures that make one life different from every other. You have spent years stealing fragments of those signatures from locks. The vessel has been doing something far greater. It has been stealing them from people. King Oral watches you approach. Do you understand now? You stop several paces from the heart. Some of it. Enough. Not yet. Oral's expression barely changes. Behind him, Lord Wren remains on his knees. One side of his face is bruised. His bound hands rest in his lap. Elira has entered the chamber behind you. Edrin comes last. The 8th door remains open. That matters. You can feel the ward controlling it. No ordinary hinge. No ordinary locking spell. The door is not part of the palace. It belongs to the vessel itself. The heart pulses. Another wave passes through the chamber. The 8 prisoners bound to the pillars gasp, almost together. The physician, Edrin called Sale, lifts her head. Don't let him begin the transfer. Oral gives her a tired glance. You have said that several times, and you have ignored me every time. Her voice is strained, but steady. Consistency is a virtue. The king turns back to you. Touch the heart. Edrin says, don't. You brought the thief here for exactly this reason, Oral replies. I brought the thief here to break your machine. Oral smiles. And how is that different from touching it? You look toward Edrin. He cannot answer. Not because the king is right. Because no one has gotten this far before. That is the problem. You examine the cradle. 8 metal arms curve around the crystal without touching its surface. Each arm carries an old rune. You know 7 of them from the palace plan. Crown, sword, eye, bell, flame, tree, open hand. The 8th is blank. You move around the heart. Oral does not stop you. He wants you curious. He understands people who seek forbidden things. Perhaps immortality has given him centuries of practice. At the base of the cradle, you find another inscription. The old language is badly worn. You kneel. Oral says, "There is nothing there you need." That tells you there is. You wipe dust from the letters. Edrin moves closer. "Can you read it?" "Most." You translate slowly. "7 bind the debt." You follow the next line. "1 bears witness." Edrin becomes still. Oral says nothing. You read the final words. "The witness shall hold no life." Elira looks toward the blank 8th arm. "The 8th." You nod. 7 doors keep people out. The 8th keeps something in. But the old plan never showed an 8th symbol. Because the 8th position was never meant to represent a person, office, or royal function. It represents absence. Someone outside the system. Someone who holds no assigned life within it. A witness. Oral finally speaks. You are searching for loopholes in a machine older than your language. Yes, you think its makers overlooked something. No, you stand. I think they expected someone to use it. A faint change passes across his face. There, you have found something he does not want discussed. Ren sees it too. Ask him, the Chancellor says. Oral's eyes harden. Ren looks toward you. Ask him what happened to the last keeper. Oral turns. Enough. That single word contains more force than anything he has said so far. You look toward Ren. What happened? The king raises one hand. The royal guards along the edge of the chamber move. Edrin immediately steps between you and the nearest soldier. Elira moves toward her father. The black key becomes warm in your palm. You feel dozens of royal locks around the chamber, waiting for instruction. Oral sees that too. No one needs to die here. Sale laughs from the pillar. An extraordinary thing for you to say in this room. Oral ignores her. Touch the heart. Stabilize the conduits. We will stop the transfer. Ren looks up. He's lying. Of course I'm lying. Everyone pauses. Even Ren. Oral's composure finally drops. For the first time, you see not the painted king from the lantern court, not the serene immortal from coins. A tired man standing beside a machine he cannot control. Do you imagine rule is possible without lies? His voice carries through the chamber. Do you imagine cities survive because everyone receives what they deserve? He gestures toward the palace above. Vare has endured invasions, famines, civil wars, winters that froze the river solid, summers when children died in the streets, 3 dynastic rebellions, 2 foreign occupations, and a plague that killed 1 person in 4. He touches his own chest. I remained. Ren says, others remained too. For 80 years, 100, 500. Oral turns toward him. Every generation begins convinced it is the first to discover morality. His attention returns to you. You think me monstrous because you have seen the mechanism. He points toward the heart. But every kingdom has one. Every city is built upon lives spent for people who come later. Sale answers. Most cities do not chain those lives beneath the palace. Oral's mouth tightens. No, most simply forget them. The heart pulses again. A crack of golden light races across one of the conduit arms. The prisoner bound to the corresponding pillar cries out. Sale twists against her restraints. It's starting. Oral turns immediately. The philosophical argument disappears. Fear replaces it. Thief, you look toward the crystal. Touch it. Another crack spreads. The buried voices rise. Thousands, no longer whispering. Speaking, you cannot understand all of them, but some words separate from the mass. Names, places, fragments of lives. A baker asking whether the bread has risen. A soldier calling for his sister. Someone singing. Someone praying. Someone laughing. The sound presses against the chamber until it seems impossible that the palace above cannot hear it. You step toward the heart. Edrin catches your arm. You don't know what it will do. No, then don't let him force you. He isn't. Edrin looks at you. You hold his gaze. A lock is a question. Recognition passes across his face. Even now, after 4 years, he remembers. You continue, and Edrin's grip loosens. Understand why it's asking. You touch the heart. The chamber disappears. You fall without moving. There is no stone beneath you. No palace. No king. Only lives. Thousands. They strike your awareness in fragments, too fast to understand. A fisherman standing waist deep in a cold river. A woman carrying flowers through a crowded market. A child hiding beneath a table during a storm. A prisoner watching sunlight move across one stone wall. A queen dying in a bed, surrounded by people who pretend not to be afraid. A soldier opening a city gate. A mason carving the first circle beneath a hill where no palace yet exists. Then the memories pull away. You are standing somewhere else. An enormous plain stretches beneath a colorless sky. 8 roads meet beneath your feet. 7 are crowded. Figures stand upon them, in numbers beyond counting. The 8th road is empty. You understand that this is not a real place. It is how your mind interprets the vessel. A structure made from identity needs some shape the mind can survive. At the junction stands a person. At first, you cannot see a face. Then you realize the face keeps changing. Old, young, man, woman, features from kingdoms you have never seen. Thousands of people occupying one outline. When the figure speaks, the voice is layered. Who bears witness? The question moves through you. You almost answer with your name. Then you stop. Names are how the vessel binds people. You understand that much. So you answer differently. You know what I am. The figure changes. For one instant, it resembles Edrin, then Elira, then Tessel, then you see no face at all. You bear stolen, M-A-R-K-S. Yes, you are not entered. The eighth road remains empty beneath your feet. You understand. Everyone sacrificed to the machine exists somewhere on the 7 roads. Even Auril, his immortality does not place him outside the vessel. It binds him more deeply to it. But you are not part of the account. You have touched its locks, copied its signatures, moved through its corridors. Yet you owe it nothing. The witness shall hold no life. You ask, what is the heart? The figure raises one shifting hand. The plane changes. You see the crystal being made. Long before Vaer, before the Oral dynasty, before the palace, a city stands where the capital now rises. Smaller, surrounded by fields. Enemies encircle its walls. Inside an underground chamber, 8 robed figures gather around a clear stone. 7 place their hands upon it. The 8th watches. The layered voice explains without words. The first vessel was never meant to create immortal kings. It was built during a siege. 7 volunteers bound their remaining years into the heart so that one dying ruler could survive long enough to negotiate peace. 7 lives, 1 temporary debt. No more. The ruler survived. The siege ended. The debt was meant to be repaid. The heart should have been opened. The borrowed years returned. Instead, another ruler inherited it. Then another. The system expanded. Prisoners replaced volunteers. 7 became 70. 70 became hundreds. The roads fill. Architects add conduits. Kings add protections. Dynasties chain. The original purpose disappears beneath ritual and necessity. Then the Oral family arrives. You see Saint Oral, not a saint, a conquering general standing inside the buried chamber, while defeated priests are forced to explain the machine. You see the first royal renewal. You see people led below. The images accelerate. Centuries, lives, each generation adding more because the vessel becomes less efficient. Every stolen identity remains somewhere within it, at first sleeping, then fragmenting, then beginning to remember. The figure turns toward you. Debt unpaid. Can it be released safely? The plane trembles. Debt unpaid. That isn't an answer. Debt cannot be erased. The 7 roads fill farther into the distance. You think of Oral. The king is correct about one thing. Removing the heart blindly could release everything at once. Thousands of lives, centuries of deferred death, magic enough to destroy the hill. Perhaps the city. You ask, can the debt be returned slowly? The figure does not answer immediately. That is answer enough to continue. Why was there a witness? The empty road brightens beneath your feet. To remember the purpose. There it is. The flow, not in the vessel, in the people who inherited it. A system built to borrow life needed someone outside it who could refuse those using it. The witness was never a keeper. The witness was a limit. You ask, what happened to the last one? The plane changes. A woman stands before an ancient king. She refuses him. Soldiers seize her. The 8th road goes empty. After that, no witness remains. The rulers rewrite the rituals. The blank arm loses its meaning. The 8th door becomes a prison, not for the dead, for the truth. You understand why Oral feared it. The chamber held the one part of the machine royal authority could not control. The figure speaks again. Who bears witness? This time you know what it asks. Not for a name, for responsibility. You look along the 7 roads. What happens if I say yes? You may direct return. You may fail. At least the ancient magic is more honest than kings. What happens to me? The figures' faces change again. No answer. You ask differently. Will the vessel bind me? The witness holds no life. Will I die? All lives end. You almost smile. Also not an answer. The figure remains silent. You think of the chamber outside. The 8 prisoners. Rend, Elira, Edrin, the people Tessel, and the others are leading through forgotten tunnels. The city above. You cannot know whether becoming witness will harm you. You cannot know whether the return can be controlled. But you know what happens if nothing changes. 8 tonight, thousands later, then more, again and again, until the machine fails anyway. You have spent your life stealing access from systems built to exclude you. Perhaps this is only a larger door. I'll bear witness. The empty road ignites. You return to your body. The force throws you backward. Edrin catches you before you hit the platform. Every rune in the chamber flashes. Oral shouts, "What did you do?" The heart changes. For centuries, its light has been gold. Now a narrow white line appears through the center. It spreads. The king stares. No. You push yourself upright. The 7 symbolic arms around the crystal begin to unlock, one at a time. Crown, sword, eye, bell, flame, tree, open hand. The blank 8th arm remains still. Oral runs toward the heart. You step between him and the crystal. Move. No. His hand goes to his sword. Edrin draws the stolen guard blade. Elira reaches Ren and begins cutting his bonds. Oral looks at you. What have you done? Restored the witness. The king stops. Whatever else he is, he understands the old language. His face loses color. Impossible. You killed the last one. I did no such thing. Your predecessors did. Oral looks toward the changing heart. The office was abolished. No. You feel the 8th line spreading through the structure. It was left empty. The first conduit releases. A sound fills the chamber. A single bell. One of the figures in the surrounding alcoves opens their eyes. A man in ancient clothing inhales. Not the faint half-life you saw before. A real breath. The translucent stone around him dissolves like mist. He steps forward. His feet touch the floor. He looks confused. older than the moment he was taken, but alive. For 3 breaths, then he smiles, not at you, at something only he can see. His body becomes light. The light rises, then disappears. The corresponding conduit darkens. Edrin whispers, returned, not resurrected, not released as an army, a life finally allowed to finish. The heart is paying the debt, one person at a time. Oral watches the empty alcove. No, another bell. A woman awakens. She whispers a name. Light, gone. Another, then another. Slowly, safely, Oral turns toward you in horror. Stop it. You look at him. Why? You don't understand. I understand enough. The vessel holds my line. Ren, now free of his bonds, rises beside Elira. That is the point. Oral draws his sword. Edrin moves. So do the royal guards. For several seconds, the chamber balances on the edge of violence. Then Sale shouts from the pillar. Look at him. Everyone does. Oral's hand has changed. The skin around his sword hilt is no longer smooth. Fine lines cross the knuckles. The first signs of it. The king sees them. His expression becomes something you have not yet seen. Panic. He steps backward. No. Another bell rings. Another stored life returns. A strand of gold hair near Oral's temple becomes gray. The guards notice. Their immortal king is aging in front of them. Stop this, he orders. No one moves. Oral looks toward the captain. That is a royal command. The captain grips the spear. Still no movement. You understand why. The king's authority was built partly upon the certainty that he was unlike everyone else. Chosen, unchanging. Now, with each quiet bell, he becomes human. Oral points toward you. Kill the witness. The command enters the royal wards. You feel it. Every protective enchantment in the chamber reacts. Statues wake beyond the corridors. Doors prepare to seal. Weapons embedded, with palace runes turned toward you. Then the 8th line answers. The royal command collapses. The original rules of the vessel outrank the king. Oral stares. You say, the machine doesn't belong to you. He moves before anyone expects it. Not toward you, toward the heart. He grabs the crystal. Light explodes. Oral screams. The royal guards retreat. The heart recognizes him, not as king, as debtor. Centuries of unpaid death flow through the connection. You feel the system searching his life. Every assassination survived. Every sickness denied. Every year borrowed. 5 centuries of postponement. Oral clings to the crystal. Stop. You reach for him. Edrin catches you. Don't. Oral's face changes. Years pass across it in seconds. 35, 40, 50, 60. His gold hair turns white. His back bends. The sword falls from his hand. Yet he does not die. Not yet. The vessel is not punishing him. It is accounting, returning only what belongs. Oral falls to his knees. His hand finally slips from the heart. He is an old man now, perhaps 80, perhaps older, still alive, breathing hard. He looks at his hands. The hatred disappears. In its place comes disbelief, then grief. I remember this. Nobody speaks. He touches his face. My hands. His voice has changed. Thinner, human. I had forgotten. Ren watches him carefully. Oral looks toward the chamber around him as bells continue sounding. You don't know what comes after me. Elira answers. Neither do you. He laughs weakly. No, for perhaps the first time in centuries. The king agrees with uncertainty. Another tremor passes through the vessel. This one is different. You feel the debt returning too quickly. The white line inside the heart widens. Several alcoves begin opening at once. Edrin notices your expression. What? It's accelerating. Sail calls from the pillar. Because the royal conduit collapsed. Oral's attempt to seize the heart damaged something. You turn toward the 7 arms. The crown symbol has cracked. Energy pours through it. The vessel is trying to release every life tied to that conduit simultaneously. Hundreds, perhaps thousands. The palace shakes. Dust rains from the ceiling. Ren looks upward. If that conduit breaks, the return becomes uncontrolled, Edrin says. The very catastrophe Oral warned about, except now caused by Oral himself. You move toward the cradle. The crown arm is too hot to touch. Its rune pulses wildly. You sense the logic. 7 conduits distribute the debt. One has lost its binding identity. The crown no longer has an immortal royal line to anchor it. The system needs something else. You cannot give it a life. The witness holds no life. Good. You need a temporary magical signature. Something strong enough to convince the crown conduit that its assigned authority still exists, while the stored lives are returned gradually. You have copied royal magic before. Lady Elira's transit seal. The 5 interlocking marks. Faded from your skin, not from your memory. You place both hands around the cracked rune. Edrin realizes immediately. No, it recognized the transit seal. That was a door. It was palace authority. This is the source of palace authority. Exactly. You rebuild the signature. One mark, then another. The rune fights you. Your palms burn. 3rd, 4th. You cannot find the 5th. Too much time has passed. The copied pattern is degraded. Elira steps beside you. Tell me what you need. Your bracelet. She reaches beneath her sleeve. The silver transit seal still hangs there. You touch it. The 5th mark returns. Complete. You drive the copied signature into the crown conduit. The effect is immediate. The runaway light narrows. The bells slow. The palace stops shaking. But the royal signature begins burning away. almost at once. It won't hold, you say. Edrin looks around. What will? You look toward the black key. Chancellor authority is suspended, but the key itself contains decades of royal permissions. Not a single signature. Thousands. You take it out. Ren sees what you mean. If you put that into the conduit, the key will be destroyed. Sen would be devastated. You almost hear him saying it. You insert the black key into the cracked crown rune. There is no keyhole. One appears. The key turns. All the accumulated royal signatures rush into the conduit. The metal begins glowing, then melting. Oral watches from the floor. 700 years of palace authority, collected and concentrated through the offices of the crown, burns away before him. The black key becomes a line of white light, then vanishes. The crown conduit stabilizes. One bell, one life, then another. Slow, measured, the heart's light becomes steady. Sale laughs, this time with relief. You did it. Temporarily, you can feel the key's stored authority being consumed. Hours, perhaps, not days, Edrin says. Then we finish before it fails. How? He looks toward the 7 conduits. We return the debt through each one. How long? At this rate. He looks around at the thousands of alcoves. Years. That will not work. The palace cannot remain suspended over an active magical release for years. You close your eyes. Think. 7 roads. The witness directs return. Not necessarily one person at a time. Only safely. You have been assuming the vessel must process each life individually, because that is what it began doing. But lacks follow rules. Rules can sometimes be satisfied differently. You touch the heart again. This time, you do not fall into the plane. You remain aware of the chamber, but the 7 roads appear beneath reality. You search the lives, not for names, for destinations. The debt cannot be erased. It must return. Return to whom? Not the original bodies. Most are long gone. Not the king. That would simply reverse the theft into another form of destruction. Memory, years, identity. The vessel stores more than life. It stores possibility. Thousands of interrupted endings. You think of the first man who stepped from the alcove, smiled, and became light. He did not need a body restored for decades. He needed the stolen piece of his life, acknowledged and completed. You speak to the system, return them to themselves. The layered voice answers inside your mind, self-fragmented. Then let them choose what remains. Silence. You push harder. You were built to borrow, not to own. The heart brightens. Debt must return. Yes, you understand suddenly. The witness cannot decide what repayment means for every life. That would only make you another king. You turn toward the thousands. Ask them. The chamber goes silent. Even the bells stop. Then all the alcoves illuminate. every stored presence awakens, not physically, through the vessel. The sound that follows is enormous, thousands of voices, yet this time they are not confused. They have been given a question. You cannot hear the words of it, but you know the meaning. What should become of what was taken from you? Light begins moving. Some lives choose the quiet ending you already witnessed. They appear for moments, speak names, remember faces, then pass beyond whatever waits. Others do something different. Their light flows upward, into the stone, through the palace, beyond it, toward the city. Memories return to descendants, lost family names, forgotten histories, truths erased from archives, songs, languages, testimony. You glimpse a woman in the city, above suddenly remembering a grandmother she was taught never existed, a temple archivist discovering words appearing on a blank page, an old soldier remembering prisoners he was ordered to forget, a family waking with the knowledge of where an ancestor disappeared. The vessel is not releasing bodies. It is returning ownership, history flooding back to those from whom it was taken. Ren stares upward as though he can sense it. What is happening? Edrin understands first. They're choosing. The 7 roads begin emptying. Not instantly, but far faster. Hundreds of lights rise. The palace trembles, yet the magical pressure does not explode. It disperses across memory, across bloodlines, across the city. The heart shrinks. For the first time, you realize the crystal was never truly crystal. It is compressed magical debt. As the debt returns, the object becomes smaller. Oral watches it. His face is wet. You do not know whether from pain, age, or tears. Perhaps he does not know either. What happens to my family? He asks. No one answers. You look toward him. Whatever life is actually theirs. The king closes his eyes. Maybe that is mercy. Maybe justice. Perhaps both are too simple. Another conduit darkens. Then another. Tree, bell, sword. One by one, the 7 symbols lose their light. The 8 prisoners at the pillars slump as their restraints open automatically. Sail tears hers away and immediately goes to the prisoner beside her. Ren helps. Elira crosses to her father. For the first time, they embrace. Briefly, awkwardly, but completely. The heart is now no larger than a coin. Edrin stands beside you. You realize this is technically still theft. You look toward him. What are we stealing? He watches the final light leave the crystal. 5 centuries. The last conduit extinguishes. The heart drops. You catch it. No magic remains. Only a small piece of clear stone resting in your palm. The heart of continuance. The most heavily guarded object in the world. Stolen. The palace becomes completely dark. Then the 8th door begins to close. You look toward Edrin. Run. This time, everyone agrees. Run. The eighth door begins to close behind you. Stone moves without hinges, drawn inward by mechanisms older than the palace. The narrow opening through which you entered is already shrinking. Edrin grabs Sail by the arm and pulls her toward it. Ren takes the prisoner nearest him. Elira helps another. You reach the threshold first and press both hands against the edge. No ward answers. The vessel is gone. Whatever authority once controlled the eighth door died with the final conduit. Now it is only an enormous piece of stone, following the last instruction it was ever given. Close, the gap narrows. Faster, Sail passes through. Then two prisoners. Ren, Elira. Edrin shoves the final freed prisoner ahead of him. The stone is almost against your shoulder. You step through. Edrin dives after you. The door slams shut. The impact throws dust from the ceiling. Silence follows. For a moment, nobody moves. Then Edrin rolls onto his back. You know, he says between breaths, when I imagined seeing you again, there was considerably less running. You sit against the wall. You should have planned better. I was imprisoned. Excuses. Edrin laughs. The sound is tired and rough and completely real. You look down at your hand. The heart rests in your palm. Without magic, it is nearly transparent. A small crystal, no larger than the top joint of your thumb. 5 centuries of royal immortality, reduced to something that could disappear inside a pocket. You close your fingers around it. The corridor shudders. Ren looks toward the ceiling. We need to leave. Sail is already checking the freed prisoners. All 8 are conscious. 1 has a dislocated shoulder. Another can barely walk. 2 appear exhausted, but unhurt. A woman you do not know looks toward the sealed 8th door. Are they gone? You understand what she means. The voices. You listen. Nothing. No whispers in the walls. No fragments of other people's memories. Only breathing. Stone. The occasional distant crack of a palace, adjusting to the loss of magic that supported it for centuries. Yes, you say. The woman closes her eyes. Good. You start back through the gallery of alcoves. Most are empty now. The translucent stone has become ordinary black rock. Here and there, objects remain. A metal bracelet, a child's wooden toy, a rusted knife, a single leather boot. Small things carried by people when they were taken. The vessel returned what it could. The rest has been left behind. Sail stops beside one alcove. A necklace lies inside. She picks it up. There is no body, only the necklace. I knew her, she says. No one asks who. Sail wraps the chain around her hand and continues. Farther on, you pass the place where the ancient woman showed you the memory of bread cooling beside a window. Her alcove is empty too. You remember the little boy laughing. Perhaps somewhere above, a family now remembers her name. You hope so. The ancient gallery ends at the unfinished prison levels. Darkness has swallowed most of the royal corridors. The copper conduits no longer glow. Torches remain, but half have fallen from the walls during the shaking. Edrin picks one up. We can't use the route we came through. Why? Elira asks. The service stair runs beside the crown conduit. Ren looks toward him, which no longer exists. Exactly. A low collapse answers from somewhere ahead. Dust rolls through the passage. Elira gives Edrin a flat look. I liked you better before you answered. Most people do. Ren takes Asa's old map from inside his torn coat. You look at him. He notices. I confiscated a copy years ago. Evidently, not very effectively. You're welcome to criticize my archival security after we survive. He studies the map. There was a second route. Edrin comes beside him. The South Maintenance Gallery. Sealed. Not anymore. Ren looks toward him. Edrin points toward you. Your thief destroyed 5 centuries of magical authority. You put the heart into your pocket. I had help. I'll make sure the historians note it. Ren gives him a tired look. The historians are about to become very busy. You continue south. The farther you move from the vessel chamber, the more signs of collapse appear. Doors hang open. Royal seals have gone dark. Enchanted statues stand frozen in hallways. Now nothing more than carved stone. At one junction, you encounter a black marble guardian, like the one you redirected earlier. Its sword is lowered. Its eyes are dark. Garen was right. Everything has limits. You pass it without difficulty. The strange thing is how vulnerable the palace suddenly feels. Before tonight, every wall carried awareness. Every gate watched. Every corridor judged whether you belonged. Now there is only architecture. Stone can be climbed. Iron can be cut. Locks can be picked. The most heavily guarded city in the world has become an ordinary city beneath an extraordinary amount of confusion. You reach the South Maintenance Gallery. The door is sealed by a mechanical wheel. Sen would enjoy this. You put both hands on it. Edrin joins you. Together you turn. Nothing. Ren adds his weight. Still nothing. Elira looks toward the freed prisoners. Everyone. 6 people grip the spokes. The wheel moves. Slowly, rust flakes from the mechanism. The door opens inward. Cold air rushes through. Beyond lies a tunnel sloping upward. You hear something unexpected. Rain. Real rain. Not water moving through hidden pipes. Not underground dripping. Rain falling somewhere ahead. You climb. The tunnel becomes brick, then old timber. Eventually, you reach a ladder beneath a circular iron cover. Edrin looks up. Where are we? Ren examines the wall markings. Old royal orchard. Elira laughs quietly. What? My father used to bring me there when I was little. Ren looks at her. You remember. She meets his eyes. More than I did yesterday. Something passes between them. Ren looks away first. You climb. The iron cover is heavy, but unlocked. When you push it open, cool night rain hits your face. You emerge beneath an enormous pear tree. The royal orchard surrounds you. Rows of trees stretch down the palace hill, silver beneath the rain. Beyond them, Vare is awake. Every window, every street, every square, thousands of lights. But the palace itself is mostly dark. Only ordinary lamps remain. The upper towers have lost their enchanted glow. One has partially collapsed, its decorative crown lying across a garden. Bells ring throughout the city, not the deep bells of continuance. Temple bells, fire bells, military bells, people shouting, dogs barking. The entire capital has realized something impossible has happened. The Immortal Palace has gone dark. One by one, the others climb from the tunnel. A palace patrol crosses the far end of the orchard. Everyone crouches. The soldiers are not searching efficiently. One carries a lantern. Another has removed his helmet. They look frightened. You hear part of their conversation. Said the king is dead. He isn't dead. My cousin saw him. Saw who? The king old. The patrol disappears. Elira looks toward you. How quickly do rumors normally move through the city? Edrin answers, faster than royal messengers. You cross the orchard. At the lower wall, the royal gate stands open. Not forced. Open. Several servants are simply leaving. A cook carries a suitcase. 2 gardeners walk beside him. An elderly palace clerk has brought 3 cages of birds. Nobody stops them. At the road beyond, you look back. For perhaps the first time in centuries, the Palace of Continuance looks its age. Dark towers, wet stone, cracked statues, ordinary windows. Beautiful, perhaps, but mortal. Ren stands beside Elira. I should go back. She turns. No, the ministries will collapse by morning. Good. Not all of them deserve to. Edrin says he's right. Elira looks irritated that Edrin agrees with her father. Ren continues. Food distribution, river controls, hospitals, watch stations. If everyone who knows how the city functions runs away tonight, people who had nothing to do with the vessel will pay for it. Elira looks toward the city. You understand the shape of the choice. Destroying a system does not remove the need for whatever useful things grew around it. Someone must separate them. Quickly. Will the palace arrest you? You ask. Ren smiles faintly. On whose authority? Fair. Zale steps beside him. I'm coming. Ren looks at her. You've been imprisoned, which has given me several complaints for the royal physician. What happened to him? Zale's expression becomes dry. He was one of the people who approved the renewal. Ren nods. Then your promotion may be uncomplicated. They begin walking toward the palace. Elira does not. Her father notices. You don't need to come. I know. Ren waits. Eventually she says, I will later. Something in his face softens. Good. He looks toward you. That crystal. Your hand goes to your pocket. The heart. Destroy it. Edrin immediately says, no. Ren looks at him. I beg your pardon. It has no magic. All the more reason. It is the only physical evidence of what the vessel was. Ren considers. You understand both arguments. Destroying it would ensure nobody could ever rebuild around the original object. Keeping it would prove the royal immortality was not divine. But proof does not have to be the heart alone anymore. The entire city has memories returning. Thousands of families, archives, surviving prisoners, the old plans, Asa, Edrin, Rend, Elira, you. The secret is already too large to bury again. You remove the crystal. Rain runs over your fingers. The heart catches ordinary lamplight. Nothing more. You give it to Ren. Edrin stares at you. Ren looks equally surprised. Why me? Because if it disappears, everyone will assume a thief kept it. Edrin smiles. That is unfairly plausible. You continue. Put it somewhere public. Ren looks at the crystal. Where? Elira answers. The Hall of Measures. You remember the archive. The mustached registrar. The enchanted stone birds. Sen complaining about surveyors. Elira looks at her father. Put it beside the plans. Let anyone who wants to see it. Ren closes his fingers around the heart. For a man who spent decades guarding royal secrets, the idea visibly costs him something. Then he nods. Public. He and Sale turn back toward the palace. The 8 freed prisoners go with them. Not because they trust Ren, because someone should witness what happens next. Elira watches until her father reaches the gate. Edrin stands beside her. You hate that he's going back. Yes, but you understand. Yes, that's inconvenient. She looks at him. I'm beginning to understand why they imprisoned you. Imagine 4 years of this. You leave the crown ring before sunrise. No one checks the gates. People are moving in both directions now. Palace workers leaving. City officials entering. Soldiers abandoning posts to find families. Families arriving to search for missing prisoners. Along the road, you begin hearing the stories. A woman wakes remembering that her uncle did not die at sea, as the family had been told. He was arrested during a labor protest 30 years earlier. An old man suddenly knows the words to a song his mother sang once, and was later unable to remember. A magistrate enters a record hall and discovers hundreds of erased names visible beneath old ink. The royal temples are the strangest. Priests who spent their lives preaching the divine immortality of the House of Oral stand on steps with no idea what to say. Some close the doors, others open them. One young priest climbs onto a fountain and announces that apparently the gods have chosen administrative silence. Sen would appreciate that. You reach the dye district at dawn. The old bathhouse door is open. People fill the cellar. Prisoners. Dozens. Then hundreds in the rooms below. Asa has somehow arrived before you. She stands in the empty mineral pool, directing people toward food, blankets, and exits. North Alley if you have family in the river districts. West if you need somewhere to hide. Anyone injured stays. Tessel spots you first. They run down the marble steps. For an instant, you expect another question. Instead, they look behind you. Edrin enters. Tessel stops. Edrin opens both hands. Kept me. Tessel crosses the room and embraces him. This time, Edrin is ready. Mara appears next. 3 of her illusion anchors are missing. Her hair is wet. There is soot on one cheek. We lost 50 people. Your stomach drops. Then she smiles. For about 20 minutes. You stare. They went through the wrong drainage passage. Garen found them. Sen emerges from behind a stack of blankets, carrying a pot. Soup. You look into it. What is it? No idea. You made it. Absolutely not. You take a bowl. It is surprisingly good. Garen enters from the corridor beyond. His scar is bleeding again, but otherwise he appears intact. You notice something different about him. The royal sword is gone. He carries no weapon at all. What happened? He wipes rain from his head. Left it at the palace gate. Sen gives him soup. Symbolic. Heavy. Also valid. For the next several hours, there is little opportunity to explain. People need directions. Names are recorded. Food arrives from nearby markets. After word spreads that escaped royal prisoners are sheltering beneath the dye shop. Nobody asks for payment. A baker sends bread. A butcher sends stew. 3 taverns send barrels of water and weak beer. Someone sends an entire roasted pig for reasons nobody understands. By mid-morning, the hidden bathhouse is no longer hidden. The street outside is crowded. Families arrive. Some find who they came for. Some do not. Those reunions are quiet at first. Disbelief, a name spoken, a face touched, then everything else. You find yourself standing near the old pool when a woman recognizes a prisoner who disappeared 12 years ago. Neither moves for several seconds. Then they cross the room at the same time. You look away, not because the moment should not be seen, because it belongs to them. Near noon, Asa sits beside you on the edge of the dry pool. She hands you a cup of tea, the same smoky mint. Well, you drink. Well, you broke it. Mostly, the palace, the vessel, pity. You glance at her. She shrugs. I never liked the palace. For several minutes, you sit without speaking. Then you ask, did you remember anyone? Asa's eyes remain on the crowd. My brother. You say nothing. He disappeared when I was 23. She turns the cup in her hands. Thought he'd run away. A pause. He didn't. The returned memories have given her the truth, not the person. Sometimes repayment is incomplete. You ask, do you know what happened? Enough. She takes a drink. Turns out enough is heavier than wondering. You understand that. After a while, Asa stands. Still better. She returns to work. By evening, the official proclamation reaches the district. It is read aloud by a city messenger standing on a crate, because the crowd will not let him reach the bathhouse door. King Oral III has abdicated. The proclamation does not say whether this decision was voluntary. Temporary authority has passed to a council composed of city ministers, guild representatives, temple delegates, military officers, and, by Wren's insistence, several former royal prisoners. The hidden prison system is officially abolished. Every known prisoner is to be accounted for. All palace records connected to the vessel are to be opened. No member of the Oral family is permitted to leave Fair until the investigation concludes. Zen listens from the cellar steps. Investigation. Mara stands beside him. You disapprove. I'm wondering whether they will investigate the theft. Everyone looks toward you. You raise your empty hands. No object. Edrin smiles. Perfect defense. Weeks pass. Vair does not collapse. It comes close several times. That is different. There are protests in the crown ring. A royal cousin attempts to declare himself king and discovers that a hereditary claim is less impressive when immortality is no longer included. Several noble families flee. Others remain and begin insisting. They always opposed the vessel. Mara starts keeping a list of them for entertainment. The palace gates remain open. At first, because too many locks stopped working. Later, because the Provisional Council decides closing them again would send the wrong message. The heart is placed in the Hall of Measures. Elira makes sure of it. Not in a locked drawer, not below ground, in a glass case in the public entrance. Beside it hangs the original foundation plan. Required lives, 8,000. No explanation softens the words. People line up for hours to see them. The mustached registrar becomes unexpectedly famous after repeatedly shouting at visitors not to lean on the case. The returned memories continue for months. They arrive in dreams, in old family stories, suddenly completed, in erased writing reappearing inside books. Not every mystery is solved. Not every stolen person can be restored to history, but enough return that Vair begins changing the names on its streets. Statues of immortal kings come down. Not all of them. Some remain in museums or public squares, with new inscriptions explaining what they did rather than what they claimed to be. The Festival of Preservation is cancelled. The next year, the Lantern Court hosts a different gathering. No portraits of Oral surviving assassination. No speeches about an unbroken line. Thousands of small lights float over the garden. Each bears a recovered name. Garen does not return to the army. He joins the new city watch only after making them rewrite the oath. No king, no dynasty. The city, when you remind him, he once complained about Mara's plans being reckless. He says governing is worse. Mara opens a theater. This surprises everyone except Mara. She stages illusions based on recovered memories, though she refuses royal funding and insists that this is an artistic principle rather than stubbornness. Sen becomes extremely wealthy. Nobody knows exactly how. He claims he was appointed to help inspect the palace vaults for security weaknesses. You ask whether this explains the sudden wealth. He says certainly not. Tessel works with Asa, mapping the underground prison network. Every cell is opened, every hidden chamber cataloged. When a door resists, they occasionally come looking for you. Most no longer do. Without the royal enchantments, ordinary locksmiths are sufficient. Tessel finds Edrin's old cell. The words remain scratched into one wall. Count the bells, never the days. Tessel leaves them there. Sale becomes royal physician for almost 6 minutes before demanding the word royal be removed from the title. She runs the palace hospital instead. The first people treated there are former prisoners. Ren refuses every offer to lead the provisional council. This convinces everyone he should probably remain involved. Elira becomes the representative of the crown ring. Despite arguing that the title makes no sense now, that the crown ring belongs to the city, she and Tessel still disagree frequently. That seems to be how their friendship works. King Aura lives. That surprises almost everyone. He is old, mortal. He moves into a modest residence overlooking the river while the investigation continues. People expect him to flee. He does not. Perhaps after 5 centuries, there is nowhere else he understands. You see him only once, months after the heist. You are crossing the Sorrel when you notice an elderly man standing beside the bridge railing. No guards, no crown. White hair moves in the wind. Oral watches the river. You could pass without speaking. Instead, you stop. He sees you. For a long moment, neither says anything. Then Oral looks toward the water. I dreamed last night. You wait. I haven't dreamed in 200 years. You do not know what answer he expects. So you ask, good dream. He thinks, no, a faint smile. But mind, you continue across the bridge. Edrin takes longer to decide what to do with freedom. For the first weeks, he sleeps in the old bathhouse, even after almost everyone else has found somewhere to go. One evening, you find him sitting alone beside the hidden door where the heist began. The stone wall stands open. The 7 wards have been removed. No need for them anymore. Edrin has 2 cups of tea. He gives you one. You realize you never actually rescued me. You sit beside him. I reached the prison. You found me already escaping. Poor timing. Terrible. He drinks. Rain falls outside. Soft tonight. You came anyway. You look toward him. Of course. He nods. Nothing more needs saying. After a while, he takes something from his pocket. A small ring. Circle. 8 lines. The symbol he wore years ago. You first noticed it the night he helped you escape the magistrate's prison. What does it mean, you ask? You never figured it out. You never told me. I was cultivating mystery. You were irritating. That too. He turns the ring. The old rune thieves used it. Your attention sharpens. Vessel builders. Before that, he gives you the ring. They believed no lock should exist without someone capable of questioning why it was locked. You study the symbol. 8 lines. You had assumed they represented the vessel. Perhaps the vessel borrowed the symbol from something older, a philosophy turned into machinery, then into monarchy, then eventually back into a question. Edrin closes your fingers around the ring. I think you've earned it. You keep it, not because you need another tool, because some stolen things deserve to be returned. Eventually, the old bathhouse empties. The maps come down. Mara takes the table for her theater. Zen takes 2 chairs without asking. Garen claims he does not want anything, and later returns for the tea kettle. Asa takes none of it because, according to Asa, everything in the bathhouse is ugly. On the final evening, you stand alone in the empty mineral pool. The place looks smaller. This was where Mara placed 4 objects on a map and proposed the least sensible robbery ever attempted. A transit seal, foundation plans, a tunnel guide, a black key. You found all 4. You also found an immortal king, thousands of stolen lives, a prison beneath a palace, a machine that turned death into accounting, and the person you came looking for. Footsteps descend the stairs. Edrin appears carrying 2 bags. Ready, you climb out of the pool. For what? He looks surprised. I assumed we were leaving. Leaving Vayer. For a while. Why? He opens one bag. Inside are maps. Dozens. Some old. Some new. One shows kingdoms beyond the northern mountains. Another shows the western coast. Another contains no recognizable borders at all. I was imprisoned for 4 years. You've mentioned it. I have become opposed to interiors. You look through the maps. Where? Edrin smiles. Does it matter? Outside, evening settles over the mortal capital. Rain has just ended. Water shines on the roofs. Lanterns flicker along streets that no longer lead toward an immortal throne. The city still has locked doors. It always will. Some protect homes. Some protect secrets. Some exist because people are afraid. Some because people are greedy. Some because everyone has forgotten what was placed behind them. You know better now than to assume every lock should be opened. You also know better than to assume every lock deserves to remain closed. You take one of Edrin's bags. Together, you climb the cellar stairs. At street level, Vare is warm with evening noise. Cooks shout from market stalls. Children run between carts. Someone plays music from an upstairs window. Across the city, ordinary people argue about what should replace an immortal king. They will probably be arguing for years. That feels healthy. At the end of the street, the palace rises above the rooftops. Still enormous, still beautiful, no longer eternal. You turn away from it. Edrin walks beside you toward the eastern gate. Neither of you knows exactly where the road leads. For once, there is no sealed door waiting at the end of it. No stolen signature. No royal permission. No hidden key. Only the open road beyond the city walls and the strange, welcome uncertainty of a life that belongs entirely to the people living it. Behind you, the bells of Vare begin to ring. 8 times, not for renewal, not for immortality. The city has kept the old bells, but changed their meaning. Each evening, they ring once for every door beneath the palace. 7 for those that were used to bind the dead, and 1 for the door that was meant to remember why no one should own another person's life. You listen until the 8th bell fades. Then you keep walking,